Welcome to the Goodman Games Denizens Battle Royale, where, John, we are going to crown the first ever champion of the Denizens Championships of the World.
That's right.
What do you think about that?
I think that's great. I think this should be an annual tradition, right? Like you say, this is just the first one.
I was talking with Elena, and she's got a lot of Twitch shows on her plate, but I was like, Elena, we could make this like a Super Smash Bros. Tournament where it's like biannually. Maybe even have a belt at one of the Gen Cons.
Yeah.
It could be a thing now that we've got a monster manual.
We're starting here. This is the ground floor. It can only go bigger from this.
I agree. Well, this stream is to support the Dungeon Denizens Kickstarter. And let's talk a little bit about it. John, do you want to give us a little description of what that Kickstarter entails?
Well, the Dungeon Denizens book is, at this point, over 500 monsters comes in two flavors. For Dungeon Crawl Classics RPG, there's also a 5e version. So you can take your pick. You can get both. You can get one, adapt it to something else. Whatever you want. There's opportunity aplenty with Dungeon Denizens. And I believe the original count of 500, it was 250 all new monsters and 250 monsters culled from the Goodman Games back catalog of, at this point, over 20 years of adventures full of weird and unique monsters. So plenty of creativity on display.
Outstanding. And we're going to highlight some of those monsters this evening. We're going to showcase you all new, exclusive, never before seen art. We're going to showcase some of their abilities as we have 12 participants that are going to battle to the death in a versus matchup to see who is the all-time champion. And we are joined by three guests. Tonight we are starting out with the Threshinator. Threshinator, can you tell us a little bit about the monster you're going to be playing this evening?
So I'm going to be playing the Boomlin, and I'm the only tonight of the first round. I'm the only humanoid of the batch, and other than sporting some wicked hair, I've got a few things up my sleeves. Yeah, even though I don't have sleeves, hopefully I'll be able to pack some punches and see what happens. I don't know how much I'm supposed to reveal ahead of time.
You don't have to talk about it, but Elena, are we showing are we going to show the pink little fight cards? All right, so perfect. Well, we're telling everybody your stats anyway, so let's share it with everyone else. If you look at that pink little fight card, the Boomlin is a kind of explosives excretion. I don't know where that comes from or what they eat, but explosive excretions that they can throw at a 60-foot range. They've got a flashbang powder that blinds everything within 5 feet of where it lands, but they are extremely vulnerable to cold-based attacks. Next up, we are going to have, let's see, I haven't memorized all these. Sladen Bladen. What monster are you going to be playing this evening?
So we've got the Scorpiopede, a small but mighty creature that's going to take you by storm.
And if we could bring up our fight card for the Scorpiopedes, let's see what they're working in. And we should mention that the Boomlin, there's going to be 3 Boomlins. So in this first round, I try to average around 40 hit points for everyone. And based on what their maximum hit point values would be. The Scorpioids, that sounded like somebody just popped in, has a nerve poison mandible bite, racking poison tail sting, increased damage. So these stings and bites increase damage, and they have reduced movement, and also make the opponent act last in initiative. And lastly, we are...
Oh, we lost Matt.
Oh.
So, okay.
But that's what happens when you hit the wrong buttons, folks. Our last contestant is Monster Soup. Monster Soup, what do you got for us tonight?
I have the only cephalopod, two of them, to fight the other 7 contestants. And not only is it a cephalopod, it is a cephalopod mixed with a viper.
Viperous tentacles, grasping tentacles that can grasp an opponent, dealing 1d4 strength check. And then we're going to take that off as personality damage, or 1d4 strength check to get away. For every tentacle that hits, they get a 1d4. So if 6 tentacles hit, they get 6d4 for the strength check. And poisonous bite causes fatigue, which is personality damage, and 8d20 action dice. So let's get this first battle underway, John.
What 8d20? That's crazy. We got to see what
Enough
happens here.
Enough talking.
Yeah.
If you guys
Yeah.
could each click your character sheet, roll hit points, and click it as many times as you have monsters, let's get this started. Trevor, how many hit points do your boomlings have?
Well, let's take a look. So boomlings have 2d6.
Hit it 3 times for me. Oh.
Ouch. 2 and 3. Oh, we're rolling low mid range tonight.
All right. Oh, Trevor has 6, 6, and 7. Sladen, I saw you rolled up your Scorpiopeds.
Some brutal ones in there.
Yeah, you've got 5, 5, 5, and a 4. Kanan, if you could roll us your octopiodes, octopi,
Octopi. Was it 3d6, so 3 times?
octophus.
Octophus.
This is what it is. We've got 9 and 13. Now hit initiative. Click on one of your tokens. Hit the initiative button. Should be over on the left. And we're going to get this battle started. Feel free to throw any commentating in there, whatever you want, John.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for the initiatives to come up. We've got
Who's your money on early? 4 scorpions.
I'm thinking the cephalopods have got an advantage with all those little pincers and everything, but at this point, maybe whoever moves fastest. I don't know what the relative movements are on these creatures.
So even though our Colosseum does look like dirt, ground, we are pretending that this is a magical Colosseum, and whatever your most comfortable movement rate is, you will act that movement out in the Colosseum. So, for example, if our Octophus has a higher water movement, then they can definitely use that, and the ground will ripple as water underneath them. And Kanan, you are up with the Octophus.
Question: are we rolling individually for each monster or as a group?
As a group.
Okay, so just one roll. Cool.
Okay.
So what are you going to do? A little bit of distance. I think, John, and these monsters with range attacks are going to have an obvious advantage right off the
distance.
Actually, I have a question. The first Scorpio, what is it? The Scorpipede?
Scorpiopede?
Scorpiopede. The first initiative rolled there was an 8, tying with our boom exploding humanoids. Do we need to roll off there, or how do you want to handle that, Greg?
See that. That is a good point. We've got 4 initiative for the Scorpiopedes.
Yeah, but the first one was an 8.
Well, let's go ahead and take the 8 then. I will get rid of the other ones. Kanan, you know what you're going to be doing?
Yep, I'm gonna. Might as well take this to center. See what happens.
All right.
No time
I
like the
like it.
present. So swim across the sand 40 feet out.
Nice.
And is that a single move, or are you taking a double move, or?
No. Let's go directly on center then. There and there.
All right.
Nice.
So in the case of a tie, whoever rolls first gets to go first. So that'll be Trevor and the Boomlins next.
All right.
Okay, let's eye these things up. Got a movement 30 feet. What is that? 60 feet.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, John, I think the boomlins have a ranged attack.
Well, that's what I was just wondering. If even if they didn't have a ranged attack, they might have an area effect attack. They could just get close to stuff and maybe blow it up.
30 puts it about there. And we're going to divide and conquer.
Ah.
Interesting.
So we're going to move like that, and then we're going to launch some attacks
All right.
on this Octopus in the center, since he's positioned so nicely. So we might as well start by showcasing one of our features, which the Boomlins are proud to note that if anyone is interested in buying this particular device, they are available for sale. And let's get started with some boom bolts. So we're going to attack this first one is Bida, attacking that particular Octopus.
All right. Let's see what you got. Roll for attack.
We've got a range of 45 feet there.
So short range is 80.
And I'm not going to divulge the AC, but does a 10 hit, Kanan, Octopus?
No, it does not.
How does he miss?
Ooh, that is nasty. Okay. Second one. This is
Range-
Bada, and
Range
they're
of
going
50 feet.
to do the same thing on the same Octopus. Let's see if we get a better hit. An 18.
Ooh, that
Does
could
the
be
18 second Octopus?
No, I'm just kidding. Yes, it does.
it.
And is that the one? Is that the Octopus that had 9 hit points or 13?
9.
So an explosion rocks the center of the Colosseum as this boomlin scoops some explosive excrement and hurls it, arching as its stench wafts up into the center. The crowd goes wild as it hits the ground. Exploding tentacles are flying everywhere. Someone in the stands just got bit by one of the snakeheads.
So a small correction. That was a boom bolt, which was a crossbow bolt. That is filled with that same secretion.
Same
So
thing. Same thing.
Really not any better.
So it creates the same effect, but as you can see from this demonstration, it is prepackaged. We have a variety of weapons available with the same effect. Talk to us after the show.
And you have one more character, one more creation.
I do.
Creature.
And they're going to try the same thing on the other one. Oh, I didn't think that I didn't think they did enough damage to take out the Octopus.
They wouldn't have taken out the second one, but that one they did take out.
Okay.
Luck of the dice.
So this will be this is the third Boomlin.
50 feet of range.
Boom, and they're attacking with the same thing. Armor class 22.
Ooh, that is brutal.
That is brutal. 13 hit points and 8 damage. Man, another bolt arcs through the sky, sticking in the kind of like body of the Octopus, and just tentacle flies off. Oh, no, it doesn't fly off, but it gets damaged. It's jerking weakly around. Let's see, 8 minus 13, 5 hit points left. And Kanan, Monster Soup, you have taken a big blow at the beginning of this tournament. Sladen, the Scorpioids see this explosions going off in the middle of the arena. What is your plan?
I think I am gonna leave that cephalopod alone, and we'll see if we can't fan out a little bit. That's a lot of range. We'll see how close we can get here. I'm gonna do double movement for all of my creatures here. Oh, come on, you.
All right. While you are double moving those tokens,
Race 'em
Monster
across.
Soup, Octophus, it is going to be your turn next. You have taken a severe blow. How do you retaliate?
Running very fast. 40. Yeah, we're gonna close distance on this guy. I think that's right.
All right. Was that a single move or a double
6.
move?
Can't tell this. I'm trying to measure right now. I think it's 45, so double move.
Oh,
So if we're going to do that, and I'm going to expend 2, then I'm going to move. Hang on, damn it. There we go.
I think that is a wise
There.
call. Bring it into a melee range there.
Yep.
Boomlin, the Threshinator, you've got some people's movement coming. It looks like there might be a possible team up going on. What is your plan?
Okay. Well, Threshinator is here to separate the green from the chaff. So we're going to get rid of all this chaff. These two. Let me just see what we got for distance here.
If you guys see the cameras jump, just bear with us. They'll jump back. All right, John. I mean, early money was on the
Yeah,
cephalopods.
Well, yeah, it's not looking that good. I got to think now. The scorpions or the scorpiopedes. What are what are they?
Scorpio peds.
Scorpiopedes. So they're on the astrological chart.
Cross-
I'm at this point. I mean, they've definitely got an advantage. I mean, the boomlings and the cephalopods are duking it out and narrowing down the opposition for the scorpiopedes, and there's still 4 scorpiopedes in contention. So
This is true.
yeah.
All right, Trevor, do you got a plan for us?
I do. So Bida is going to take a shot at one of these Scorpiopedes with another boom bolt.
And if I'm not mistaken, you only have 4 of those per boomling, correct?
I do, yeah. It's
So that is-
a 1d4 plus 2 boom bolts is the starting number. So Bida's going to take a shot. Let's see how that goes off. We'll do that against the foremost Scorpiopede there.
All right, let's see what you got.
Armor class
Ouch.
21, damage, explosive damage of 4.
That is not well. You tell me. Blade and Sladen. How many hit points does that one have?
That one had 5 on it.
All right, so that one is not. It's not enough to kill it. What else do you got, Trevor?
Okay, so Bada is going to take a move over to there.
Ah.
Yeah. Too bad you can't show the distance as you're moving. I think it was right about there.
Indeed.
Actually, we're going to move them about there. And they're going to target this one lingering at the back because they're kind of keeping an eye on that one.
John, did
Now,
you
not-
see that?
Yeah, sneaky.
Threshinator said he's not even worried about that Octophus over there.
Yeah, the third one can handle that one. So let's go with a boomstick. Armor class
that does
8,
not
looking
look
dicey.
good.
That is a
That
miss.
does not look good.
Miss. That was some nice damage, but that is a miss. Now
Yeah,
things
but
could
didn't pay off
change.
there.
One boomlin left. Threshinator,
Okay.
what are your plans?
So Threshinator is going to, I just have to see which one it is here since we're showcasing powers. So what you're going to see is a bright flash erupting from Boomland 3. Boom. Each creature within 5 feet is blinded until the end of the Boomland's next initiative count.
All right, and is there a...
Unless,
Go ahead.
I'm guessing you were going to say there is a save for that, DC 11 fort save.
All right, so an explosion of bright light flashes from the northwestern corner of the arena. Octophus, Kanan, Monster Soup, can you make us a save, please? And what kind of save was it again?
Fortitude save. DC 11.
11.
Yep.
Ooh!
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Only we had some luck. Octophus, you are blinded by this explosion of light. It was just as you were about to lay your tentacles into this little boomlin and just pull it in and chew on it. So this creature is blinded now, boomlin number 3.
They are blinded until the end of the Threshinator's next initiative count. And then, as the smoke clears, they notice that the Boomlin has teleported
What?
40 feet away.
Nobody saw this coming.
Whoa, that is tricky. That is very tricky. A new ability on display. All right, Sladen Bladen, can you turn the tides of the battle? What are the Scorpiopeds going to do?
I think these bottom two are going to surround this boomlin here with a double move action. And these here will do the same thing to the other one. No
Right, so
attacks just yet, but we've hopefully someone's in trouble.
the distance has closed. The range attacks aren't going to be as effective now, John, or non-existent. Kanan, the Octophus is completely blind. Last you remember, the boomlin was right in front of you. You do not know that it is teleported. What are you going to do, Monster Soup?
Wander off towards a wall?
All right. Would you like to roll a D to see which direction you go?
D what? You broke up.
A D8?
Sure.
I take it our octopoid friend doesn't have, what do you call it, tremor sense or any such thing.
This is a camouflage.
I think they might if they were in the water.
But if the arena treats them like they're in water, do they have that?
That is true. I did not write those abilities down, but I can look it up really quick. What direction are they going to be wandering if they do not have that ability, John?
Because it would be, I don't know, what the dice came up a 3.
3. So north is 1.
All right, so is a 3 east?
The 3 would be east. So the Octophus, let's see here. They do not have any kind of tremor sense. No.
Fair enough.
All right, so wander. You're actually wandering where you want to go, though, I would imagine. Wandering right over to the boomlin over there.
Back into the sunshine there of the arena.
So do you want to go ahead and move there, Monster Soup? I mean, you don't have to move, but if you do move, I guess it would be in that direction. You want to try to lash out blindly?
Are the squares 10 or 5?
They're 5.
5.
5? Okay. Cool. I'm just going to go straight there.
All right. Perfect.
Running blind.
Trevor, what do you got for us? It was a sneaky little move. You're still alive.
Well, you can only pull a surprise only once. But a ruling call here. So these sorry, what are the centipedes? The
Scorpiopeds?
Scorpiopedes. These Scorpiopedes, so they've closed to melee engagement. If I move away, is that disengaging from melee or not, because we haven't actually started trading blows yet?
Melee has not been initiated yet, so you can move away.
Okay. In that case, Boomlin 1 is going to move back. Let me do a quick measure here.
But if you so much as flick a finger at one of them, me and John are going to call that melee.
No, that one's going to screw you out of the way as far as they can.
And
then
they're going to do anything.
They're going to, you're going to see them now. Here's one of the details I don't have, since I'm not privy to such things. I don't know where they actually excrete this this fluid from. But he's going to excrete some boom powder, ball it up nicely, and he's going to launch it up to 60 feet away. And we'll see what happens if he hits.
I am privy to the details. I can
60
tell you,
feet.
I don't know where it comes from either.
So the question is, do I just do a
Grape
how do I
himself
do
is
this?
within 60 feet. I wouldn't advise it, but I'm just pointing it out.
Now, we're up at least like 10 or 20 feet. So,
okay.
We are in the dictator's box, so there's an
Fair
angle
enough.
there. I'm
Fair
not sure what it
Fair
is.
enough.
We'd have to do some trig there to
we
figure it out.
Yeah.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. But we need to move along. What is your what is your attack going to be? Or is
So
there
he's gonna hurl this
right
to a point right between the two of these Scorpiopedes.
And what is the effect?
Each creature within 5 feet of the impact will suffer 3d6 damage, or they can save for a reflex save for half damage.
All right,
Brutal.
so roll the 3d6, please, as you launch this excrement.
Do I have to roll a like a melee or a ranged attack roll or anything to actually hit that spot?
You do not. That was just listed on there as an ability. It is not a hit roll. It's just an ability. So rolling 3d6. You can click it. I think I put 3d6 damage on there, but the attack doesn't count. You're just throwing it. It's going to land there.
That's a total of 16.
Look at
even
that.
With the save, John. Even with the save.
Yeah.
That's Sladen Bladen. 2 of the Scorpiopedes suffer death.
That is a massive explosion of whatever that excreted matter was.
and I have to say, demonstrating this, same material, we package it into a wide variety of weapons. So, make sure you talk to our agent after the show to find out details on where to buy that.
Given that it is produced by your body, I can see why you would want to excrete it and get it as far away as possible.
John, what is that in the sky right there, John?
Where?
It looks like a dark lightning cloud right above Boomlin 2's head.
Uh-oh.
Lightning comes down and strikes that Boomlin directly in the face, exploding his head all over the arena.
It is the act of God phase.
I just have to point out that is not a side effect of the Boomlin excretion, so I don't want anyone getting the wrong idea that there's any safety hazards in dealing with this material.
I'm not sure what happened there, Trevor, but you've got one Boomlin left right underneath the dictator's seat.
Yes. Well, the denizen gods are fickle, and they take and they give and they take. So let's see what number 3 might have up his sleeves. He's going to get it as far away from these tentacles as he can. So that would bring him to about there. Just on the other side of the judges there. And he's going to use another boomstick. So he's got the crossbow out, and he's going to launch a boomstick at The Octo. Yeah, at the
Range of
Octopus.
25.
So that's a
The
boom bowl.
trajectory is traveling in this direction.
We need a miss here,
Ooh,
but it is
that's a
not.
nasty one.
The
Sorry
Threshinator's
about that.
dice are on fire tonight. We can't do anything about that, folks.
I'm a threshing machine.
Monster Soup, we hardly even knew you. I am sorry. But Octophus 2 dies in horrible pain. Underwater gurgles and just calamari for everyone. The crowd goes wild.
But be proud of that initiative roll nonetheless.
Yeah.
That was...
Nobody can take that from you.
No, it's the only roll I had.
Sorry, we didn't get to see your eight tentacles of power.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's see one of Kanan's ghost attacks. Kanan, if you can roll us 8 attacks from the Octophus's tentacles here, just so we can see a what-if situation.
Just a little sliding doors, alternate reality action.
Yeah, Boomlin, what is your AC? Boomlin 3?
Armor class of 14.
All right, Monster Soup, if you can give us 8 little attacks right there, we'll show you how this Octophus would have acted if it would have hit.
Hold on 1 second. The character sheet's being funky.
Not a problem. So the Octophus, I'm going to describe it as you're bringing it up. The Octophus gets 8 tentacle attacks, and the tentacles have snakes on the end of them. And so once they grab, first they're trying to grab the opponent. And however many of those attacks hit the AC, for example, if 6 of them hit, then Monster Soup would roll 6d4 for a grapple check. That opponent is grappled, and they would roll 6d4. The opposing, Boomlin 3, would have to beat that. So 17 would be a hit, 20 would be a hit, 16 is a hit. Oh, man, look at all these hits. We're at 3. It's a miss. It's a hit.
We're hit.
I think one more attack.
5
That's a hit.
Yeah.
So roll 5d6 if you would, please, Monster Soup. So since you don't have a strength, this would normally be a strength check to break free. Boomlin 3, can you make a fortitude save and beat a 14? So you would have took 5 single points of damage.
We only get a +1 on the fortitude.
So you would have beat it.
That.
So you would have broke the grapple. But John, if he wouldn't have broke the grapple, the next round, all those little snake mouths bite.
Bite down hard, I bet.
All right, but Slade and Blade, this battle is still going on. There's 2 Gremlins. There's 2 Scorpiopeds. It's not looking good. They have you surrounded on each side. What are you going to do?
I think the best course of action here is to take that double movement again, unfortunately, and try to pray for a miss.
All right.
I wag my pincer at it and melee engagement.
There we go.
All right, let's see it. Boomlin 1. What is your plan?
What is my plan? Well, now I do come with happen to have a scimitar, so I could engage in melee attack. Now we're willing to do that for entertainment purposes.
That's not promoting your brand, though. I mean,
that's true. So we're gonna do Boomlin 1 is gonna start with a flashbang and get out of dodge. So it's going to just have to find that here. Bright flash erupts from the boomlin. Each creature within 5 feet is blinded unless they make a DC 11 fortitude save. And then the boomlin will teleport up to 40 feet away.
Slade and Bladen, these boomlins are very tricky, hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, they're
You make
slippery.
those fortitude saves.
Perfect. All right, this is for this fella right there.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Boom. And then the
That's a
one
good
just
save.
south there will be a not so good.
Right, so that one is blinded, stunned. He doesn't know what's going on. But the other one is able to act and sees the boomlin pop up over there. John, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't climb over the booth, John. Where are you going? Oh my gosh! God has just climbed onto the Coliseum floor and tackled that boomlin.
I dropped my dipping sauce for my wings, and I thought I could get it, but I crushed a boomlin instead.
Well, he's not crushed, but it looks like he is knocked prone. That's what happens when you get too close to the viewing booth. Scorpio Peds, it is your turn.
Okay, well this I think I'm finally within striking distance. So we're gonna move over here and take I've got 2 actions here. We'll start with a bite attack. Let's go.
John, we're going to have to kick this into high gear because it is taking a lot of time, and I don't think we're going to get through everybody.
This seat on this boomlin is really comfortable. I'm happy to stay here.
All right, so a 23 critical. The Scorpio Pete's bite, and I believe the Scorpio. Make sure you guys look at how many actions you get because I believe the Scorpio Pete gets 2d20 actions.
We do.
All right, so crit table M. I happen to have that pulled up right here. A 1 is strike to the chest, breaking the ribs of this boomlin. Inflict an extra 1d6 damage, please. That is going to be 2 damage.
Ooh,
and
Max.
That takes this boomlin out as your Scorpiopede pincers crack into the ribs, just snapping the bones of this boomlin as you wiggle and just bite and burrow into the chest cavity of this boomlin, and you want to see some explosiveness. The head pops out of the boomlin's mouth. Oh my. That boomlin is dead. And, well, John, it's good to see you've gotten back up into the booth.
Well, the wings are still in the booth. I needed the sauce.
Now it's a one-on-one battle. No more interference by the gods. Boomlin 3, it is your turn.
I think there's still 2 Scorpio Peds kicking, so that would be,
yeah.
you know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the blind one.
The one's blind, but yeah.
All right.
So that's closer to even odds.
Do you want to take a Slade and Bladen? Do you want to take a movement with that one?
Yeah,
roll a D8.
Let's do it.
6 is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 southwest. So you run into the wall, and then just kind of from there you can go left or right to finish the rest of your movement because now you found the wall.
Well, let's do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Expedite. There we go. Boom.
All right.
Excellent.
Well, Trevor, it is your turn. We need to pick up the pace so we can get to everyone else.
Okay, Boomlin's moving there, and he's going to finish excreting his boom powder, and he's going to launch it up to 60 feet away. He's going to throw it at this Scorpiopede right here. And that's a 3d6 damage unless they make a reflex save for half.
Just made it. Roll that damage. That explosive powder is a kill.
Luck has changed. Only 5 points of damage.
All right, and the reflex save was 11?
Yep, but only a 7 over here.
That is going to take that Scorpiopede out, even with that low damage. And now only 1 remains, and you've got to get all the way to that range attacking, excrement throwing boomlin. Slade and Blade, what are you going to do?
Well, he's still blind, so we're going to see if we can't move over there.
Your blindness wears off after 1 turn,
okay.
so
Perfect. So we'll take that. Get as close as we can get. 60 feet, double move. Oops.
Yep.
All right, Boomlins,
That's it.
you Threshinator, you have dominated this battle. What is your plan? Finish it with the scimitar, maybe.
Well, I could, but
Up
my
to you.
brand is on display here, so I'm
All
going
right.
to move as far as I can, keep my distance. I mean, those Scorpiopeds are pretty nasty, so I'm going to move that way. We've only got 2 boom bolts left, but we'll see if we can make it count.
All right. Yeah, let's see it.
Very smart, very smart.
50-foot range.
Do it.
Is that a
Oh,
22?
another
That's
massive
a
attack.
22.
Yep.
And we have the winner. The winner for competition number 1 are the Boomlins and the Threshinator.
Yeah.
We will be right back with group 2. All right, well, we are back, John. That took a little bit
Yeah.
longer than expected.
Yeah, but those
so
boomlings were really showing off the versatility that they've got there.
they were a little bit of show-offs there. But Trevor, we'll see Trevor in the finals. Right now, we are joined by Bruce, also known as the Red Rage. And if you could show this is one of my favorites, the Clockwork Cube, Gnomish Clockwork Cube. Bruce, what can you tell us about this cube?
This is nefarious, gnomish knackery at its worst. This is the kind of geometry you grew up to hate. You thought that banging your corners on the table was bad. Wait till you run into this thing.
All right, John, this thing, it's like a gelatinous cube, but made out of spinning blades. And if you get caught in it, you are entangled and it's just grinding you away.
Yeah, it sounds like a coffee grinder on steroids or something.
It's equipped with a flamethrower and a gnomish tractor beam. Get
Okay,
over
this
here.
I have to see.
All right, and we are also joined by Tim Deshane. Tim, what was your fight name again? I didn't get it added to my card.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am the Shogun of Pain.
Shogun of Pain, and I heard you were advised by our good friend Joey Royale.
Yeah,
that
I
a
was
good
I was
name.
torn between the Sensei of Pain and the Shogun of Pain, and Joey said Shogun all the way.
I
So.
think those are both good choices. You can't go
Yeah.
wrong with them. You were playing the Mage Maelstrom.
Yes.
What can you tell us?
Oh man, this is an awesome monster. I'm very excited to be playing this monster. Aside from having really rad art for it, take all the stuff you love about DCC Magic, and then make it even more chaotic, and then you get the Mage Maelstrom. So
They are semi-corporeal. They can pass through objects, but it hurts them and the other thing they go through. If they go through a person, they detect magic and spells, magic items from 500 feet away, and they have a spell blast that has a variation of spells. But this is my favorite piece of art out of all these monsters tonight. This is Doug Kovacs at his greatest.
yep.
And then
Also,
finally,
I'm hoping someone tries to spell duel me. That's all I'm saying.
and then finally, we are joined by Judge Jen. Thank you for joining us, Judge Jen. What are you going to be playing this evening? Jen muted?
Jen looks frozen.
Jen was having connection problems earlier. I will...
Oh, there she is.
She back?
Oh,
I thought, yeah.
curses and stuff.
We can hear you now.
You can?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I will be playing, I'm calling this little guy the Crypt Crusher. It's the Tomb Serpent Constrictor. Really just looks like a piece of scenery until it doesn't.
Exactly.
And I'm hoping to catch some souls in this thing.
All right, well, let's get into it. If you guys could click on the Roll for HP button over on the right part of your character sheet, let's see how strong your guys are going to be. And this is a 1v1v1. And you know what I did, John? I was going to have one of our celebrity guests in each of the rounds, but then my wife drew them randomly, and I just wrote them down, so...
That's the way it falls, yeah.
I had wondered how that was going to work.
Random is
I
good.
messed up. I messed up on that. So we have Jen with the Tomb Serpent Constrictor at 32. We have Tim with the let's see, the Mage Maelstrom also with 32, and then we have the Clockwork Construct. Bruce is going to be at a 17. If you guys can click on your tokens and then roll for initiative. Let's get this battle started. And the initiative should be right to the left underneath your saves, I believe.
Right, we got our. Yep.
Jen, crit on the initiative. Now, we saw last round, John, what happens when you head to the middle. That might not be such a wise move.
Well, it all comes down to, do you have ranged attacks or not, I think.
Right. We'll find out.
-1 initiative. There we go.
Tomb Serpent Jen, it is going to be your turn. What do you want to do?
Oh. I would like to hold.
All right. You hold, and Mage Maelstrom, I saw you eyeballing the distance there. Before you decide if you're going to go over to the Tomb Serpent Construct, if you decide you want to go that way, I'm going to need you to roll a D100. Because right now, that Tomb Serpent could just be part of the scenery.
Oh, all right, nice. I actually was just trying to figure out what the distance was.
Understood. Mage Maelstrom, it is your turn.
All right, so I got a 49 on that D100.
All right, so you see that the Tomb Serpent is actually a creature.
Nice.
It is not a statue. It made it by 1 point.
All right.
Oh, no!
Ooh.
Oh, no, wait.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
So this is, so I rolled a 1, which means I get a D20, I think.
So listen to this, John. This is called the Spell Burst.
Yeah, so I roll a D3 at the start of my turn. If I roll a 1 on the 1D3, my action die is a 1D20. If I roll a 2, I get 2D16. And if I roll a 3, I can get 3D14. Those are what I use for my spell checks. Depending on how many spells I cast, it affects. I have a total of +6 spell check modifier, but it gets broken up amongst all the different spells. So if I cast 3 spells, they're all at +2. And I rolled another 1, which is Color Spray, which is my favoriteest spell in the world.
Tim, before you go off on that, the hit AC roll is indeed a 1. So that is going to be a 1d20. And then your 7, it calculates fumble. So that fumble is actually on a d4. So your special damage is the d7 I added in there for the spell. So you're going to have 1d20 lightning bolt.
Oh, okay. All right, I see how you're doing. That's just as good. I love that spell. That spell too.
Your second favorite spell.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm gonna just roll a quick roll 1d2 to see who I go after. Actually, I know Jen's a monster, right?
So you do know Jen.
Wait, to be clear, you know that you know that our other opponent is a monster as well.
Yeah.
I know. I'm gonna roll to see who I go after. So I'm rolling a d2. 1 will be Jen, and 2 will be Bruce.
All right, let's see it.
All right, so I'm going after Bruce. I got a D20 lightning bolt coming his way.
And I don't suppose you have the purple sorcerer spell results listed up there for that. No, that is going to be at a +6. So John, since he's got a 1d20, that 6 bonus goes all to the 1d20. It's not split up.
So it's a lightning bolt at 16, I guess. That's what, or 18.
So that's going to be at 18. Yeah.
All right. Range 50 feet. Ooh, that's not actually. Oh, 50 feet from the point of origination, which can be anywhere within 50 feet of the caster. All right. So.
Yeah.
So
and it does 4d6 damage.
And it's a reflex save versus that 18.
For 14.
I gotta tell you, I love the Mage Maelstrom's attack right there. This thing is nuts. So 14 possible damage. Bruce, Red Rage, can you make me a Which save was it?
Reflex.
Reflex save.
Reflex save.
Not the strong suit for the mechanical cube, but here we go.
That is going to be, what was the reflex save you had to get? You had to beat a fort.
At 18.
And
Yeah, it was a total of 18.
Yeah.
So lightning cracks around. I mean, we saw lightning explode the boomling's head. More of it explodes the ground around the gnomish clockwork cube, and pieces of it are flying everywhere. A saw just landed in some guy's chest right there in the stands.
That's all right. I can take it.
Takes 14 points of damage.
That's almost the max hit points for our clockwork cube, too.
It is. That was almost a one-hit kill. Mage Maelstrom, are you going to move at all?
I think I will. I'm going to move closer to my statue friend.
Now, if I decide to go now, does that drop my initiative for the rest of the encounter?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we'll have to read it out. You want to do it now?
Negative.
I didn't catch it, Jen.
Negative.
All right. Gnomish Clockwork Cube, Red Rage, you've just taken a big blow. What would you like to do?
Well, being extremely slow, going to double move. Let's see. Double move myself out of range.
Ooh.
And wait to see what those two have for each other.
All right. It is the round 2 of this battle.
Back to the serpent.
John,
we're back to the
where
serpent.
are you going? John, are you jumping into the arena again?
Something has to be done, right?
What are you thinking? John runs into the doors underneath the arena. He disappears. And all of a sudden, everyone in the arena hears as a huge worm explodes from underneath the booth. A new battlant has entered the fray. The muckworm, John Wilson, has fooled us all. He is actually a contestant. John, if you could please select your token and hit the initiative button.
Yeah, whoops. Okay, get there. Yeah, getting there.
Suddenly, the clockwork cube may have moved in the wrong direction.
I actually don't have control of that token.
Oh, let me give that to you. And I would like to say, players, this monster that has entered the fray is very large. Much larger than
there we go.
All three of you combined. And you see this. This is obviously a massive creature. All right, you should have control of it now, John. What is your initiative?
Where is my initiative? There it is. Wait,
surprise! Expect the unexpected. Anything can happen in this battle arena.
Ooh.
It's a tie.
It is a tie. As descending, you are going to be up first, John. So the muckworm has. And John, what is your battle name?
My battle name, my creature name. The creature is the muckworm, and that's
what is your ring name?
Oh, the Defenestrator.
Defenestrator, and I had to ask what that means.
I hope there are some windows on this arena, because defenestration is to be thrown out a window.
All right, what is your first action? You see three tiny little itty bitty monsters in front of you.
As much as I love the cube personally, the muckworm does not think the cube is a threat. The issue is the thing throwing lightning bolts around. So let's see, I can move 40 feet.
I am the issue.
Yeah, definitely.
That's my new combat name, the Issue.
The Issue. And oops, roll 20. You vex me. I will move to approximately that position. I don't have any ranged attacks, so that'll be good enough.
You've got a tail swipe that's 15 range, I believe.
Is
I
it?
don't
But
think
that's
you're-
not
you're-
enough. I mean, it's not enough.
Yeah, you're not within range.
Got to be close. Got to be close. for
There are now 4 combatants in this battle. Tomb Serpent Jen, is your go.
Crypt Crusher is going to move the regular movement here. Come on. For some reason, never mind. It's been a while since I've used level 20. Sorry.
It's all right.
So I will move that 30 feet, and yeah, we're going to lash out at the wielder of lightning. For all we know, that's all it does.
All right, and then Mage
Our
Maelstrom.
truce.
There's a lot of ganging up going on here.
It was a die too, dude. What truce?
Audience, I would have thought they would have ganged up on the bigger creature, but
They are, Matt.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna. Depending on what gets rolled, it could be very interesting.
all right, let's see what you got.
So I don't know exactly how you keyed this in. I will just drop a regular roll in here.
If it's one of your attack rolls, there should be a button right underneath it. Are you doing your
Yeah.
bite attack?
Yes, but it looks like no base damage was calculated in there. So,
Alright, why did I do that? Let's see. Let's see. You score a bite attack. Immediately, you wrap your coils around the victim, so there's no damage.
really, with a bite? Okay.
You are gonna wrap your coils. I guess that's just to get a hold of them, and I'm gonna check that real quick. But you immediately wrap. I could have forgotten to put it in there, so I'll check back and see what happens. So you immediately wrap your coils around the Mage Maelstrom, and the Mage Maelstrom is, he's cosmic phlogiston energy, but your coils, they are holding and containing this explosive energy, wrapping around it, tightening it, fusing it into an arcane ball.
I'm just hitching a ride on his leg. I mean,
right.
honest.
And so let me look that up. Mage Maelstrom, that is what's going on. While I'm looking this up, do you have plans on what you're going to do?
Yeah, well, my question is, since I am semi-corporeal, I can go in substantial and just move through her, doing damage to the both of us?
Well,
That is a good point.
Ooh.
I
well,
believe...
Oh, let's see. Each round thereafter, it says. Now,
Oh.
would I
Let
not
me,
be able to use the Soul Crusher ability at the same time?
Let me actually get to the thing here. All right, so most tomb vipers are undead asps or other desert snakes. Tombs sacred, ditties. It does 1d4, so that should have been 1d4 damage. It is constriction. You immediately score a bite attack on it. You wrap your coils around the victim. Each round thereafter, the victim first you're going to have to attempt to break free with a strength or agility check on your initiative to escape. But you can turn incorporeal. Now, let me read that ability real quick, because we're going to have to see if that actually takes an action. Mage Maelstrom, semi-corporeal. A Mage Maelstrom can pass through solid objects and creatures, but does so causing damage to both. Yeah, I'm going to say that you can move through this snake.
Nice. All right, so I got to take D4 damage. Was it 3?
You take 3 damage.
Okay. And do I just roll 1d7 for the both of us, John, or for one for each? I mean, Matt.
Roll 1d7. Jen, do you want to roll your own damage, or do you want him to roll it?
Well, my question there would be, is that in lieu of him moving or attacking?
He is going to move, and so when he goes semi-corporeal, he is moving through you, and moving through you causes damage to himself and you.
Okay, but it's part of his movement to get away.
It is
Yeah,
part of
yeah,
his
yeah.
movement.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm good with him rolling it for both. That's
All right,
fine.
so /roll space 1d7. We don't have the funky dice
All right.
and roll 20 yet.
All right, so that was first for Jen, then for me.
All right.
Rigged.
And is it 27?
All right, so
And,
I will move.
All right, so they're tied up at 27. Muckworm, while you're pounding about, can you give me a hit point
On
roll?
a hit point roll, yeah.
And this will tell you guys maybe if you need to gang up. See how many
there
hit
it is.
points this
There
Muckworm
it is.
has.
Doop, doop, doo. Oh, that's pretty. That's average. It's average.
All right, Mage Maelstrom. You're semi-corporeal, so that really isn't your action. Do you have another action? You
Yeah,
moved?
I just hit the button to see, but I guess I hit again.
Sometimes there's little bonus boxes that show up
Yeah.
behind your screen.
All right, so another lightning bolt, but with 3d14.
So this time, viewers, it's 3d14 plus 2 on each one of those.
Do I want a chance? Now, whether or not I use all three of them, it's just gonna be +2 regardless, right? Like if I even just cast one, it's still just +2.
Correct.
All right. So, well, what the heck? I'll go. Well, first one. We're not here to kick the tires, not to play it safe.
Drive it like you stole it.
You know what? That's right. I can adjust the lightning bolt. So D14,
Do we need to look up on the lightning bolt?
and it's +2. All right, so it's a 14, and that
Very nice.
14 is in the failure but not lost range.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot. This is a higher level spell.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is.
A higher level.
Level 3 spell.
We'll do it again. Oh, I didn't call this one. I'll shoot this one at Jen just for the heck of it.
I get a reflex save, right?
Oh, that's not good. So I lose it.
I don't
Right?
think
That's
you
in the
get it either.
lost. That's lost. Failure
That's-
and lost.
I'm not even sure
So does
that
that-
Mage Maelstrom have lost spells.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
question, but
Is it a spell like ability or is it like?
yeah.
It doesn't say anything in the description about them losing spell. Mage Maelstrom cannot lose spells or acquire corruption or patron taint. It can
Oh, nice.
experience a spell misfire on a natural one only. So there is a note in there.
Bogus.
But the failure still counts. It's still a failed shot.
Yeah, but you got one more, so go ahead.
One
and roll
more,
that.
Jen. One more. Let's go.
Oh,
Bring it.
16.
All right. So this-
Within 100 feet takes 3d6 damage. Reflex save versus that 16. Oh, yes.
Suck it, incorporeal one.
All right, so 7 damage to Jen. Jen is at 20 hit points. And Clockwork Gnomish Cube, Red Rage, it is your turn.
The cube has run its battle algorithm and determined that this corporeal creature is made of meat and therefore a much more appropriate target for his gear. So he's in range. He's gonna throw the tractor beam on our serpent and pull it in
Excellent.
for a little quality face-to-face.
Now, will that
time.
affect the large thing that's in between us?
Huh?
You're going for the large thing, right?
Going for the
Red
muckworm, I
Rage?
believe.
Oh no! I'm going for
He's
I'm
going,
going for the
for me. That's
easy
why I was
meat
asking.
right here.
Oh, all the way down here. Okay.
You're going
There's
for
a
the
small
tomb
thing in the way
serpent.
there.
Is it
There
a line?
is
Is it line of sight?
Boy, you guys.
I'm just hoping you get us both.
You guys
How
are putting
about-
me to the test here?
We can both get the dermabrasion treatment.
That's true. You could move a little bit. I'm going to tell you though. You've already called it Clockwork. I need a Well, she has been
Yeah.
active, so yeah. If she was still, then she would be considered.
I'm gonna move there. I think I've got a line of sight around the worm. All right, here we go.
Let's see it.
So, oh, is that all? Oh, wait a second. Is it?
Yeah, you only get a tractor beam 5d5 feet, I believe, or 5d something.
Yeah, it's under the ranged attacks, which is kind of weird. Just says knocked prone and pulled 5d5 feet. So,
Yep.
should I
So
just make
that's
the
what.
roll?
Yeah, roll.
Just make the roll. That's why I got that 5d5 in there. So it's 60-foot range. I need a DC 12 fort save, please. Jen. All right.
Oh,
But what does the channel buff get me?
What does the what buff get?
Oh, was there a
on
channel?
Somebody gave you a channel buff?
You've met.
That is only a +1 to the roll. So
worth
that's
a
only
shot.
an 8.
But now we know. Okay.
So yeah.
Is there any damage?
No, I don't believe so. You were
Okay.
caught in the tractor beam and moved 18 feet closer, and you were prone. Pulled right to the muckworm. I wonder if that was by design. Red Rage, do you have any other actions this round?
that is my sole action and movement.
All right, so you are caught in the tractor beam, and does she need to make a strength or reflex save to get out of that, or?
That was
No.
the save,
Nope.
wasn't it?
It just if she fails a save, it moves her that amount of feet, and then that's it.
All right.
Continually.
No,
So
it's just
you
one
are-
time. So you moves you 18 feet, and it's a one and done.
So
Awesome.
on the corners of the clockwork cube, you see these radiant red lights that for a moment you thought were some kind of magical torches until they shoot red beams out at you and begin pulling you toward the clockwork construct. Unfortunately, it does not pull you all the way. And Muckworm, we are up to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, the muckworm is still more interested in the thing that keeps shooting lightning, but, you know, there's a perfectly handy creature right here to swipe a claw at before I move.
Oh,
So I think a claw has to go in this direction. Wait, it didn't go. Did it go? No.
Every
I see
time
what
you
it's gonna be
click a
done.
button,
Oh, wait,
hit return a couple
I
times.
hit the wrong button. There we go. Player character being attacked. Oh, it's giving me a bunch of...
Oh my
options.
god!
My
I
liver.
mean, I don't even want to call that.
Hey, Matt, if it
It's
helps,
just...
I can't be critted.
oh.
That's
Excellent.
true.
Excellent.
You gotta know your monster. So this is a claw attack. As this huge claw rakes down over the tomb serpent's body, tearing into its stone-like flesh, exposing blood and muscle beneath. But you cannot be critted because the tomb serpent is undead, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
So, Bruce, your estimation that it was made out of flesh was kind of half right, half wrong. It is made out of flesh, but just dead flesh.
Didn't say
but
it was
13
fresh.
damage.
13 damage, yes.
All right. That hurt.
And I will move to here and use my tail swipe on the incorporeal mage maelstrom creature.
Not full.
Spreading the love. Spreading the love.
Boom, boom, boom. All submit.
Whew. Those are some nasty hits.
Now the grapple, there is a save on that. DC 15 reflex to avoid the grapple.
All right, let's do it. No.
Oh, okay.
So your spiked tail flies through the mage maelstrom, sticking bones and energy and just smashing it into the Colosseum wall behind you. You see bones shattering, flying all over the place. A limb bone hits someone in the head up there. All of a sudden, someone's chewing on a finger bone like a toothpick. As part of the Mage Maelstrom is just exploding under the weight of this blow. And the Mage Maelstrom is stuck, intertwined amongst your tail.
As it should
And
be.
that is that it for you, John?
I believe that's all I can do. Yeah.
And so the Mage Maelstrom is going to have to make a strength save next round, correct?
Yeah, I will definitely read up on that to be certain by the time we get back around to my turn again.
All right, you are grappled, so you're going to have to try to make a strength check to get away. Tomb Serpent Jen, Judge Jen, it is your turn.
I am prone, you said?
You are prone, so you're going to have to spend an action to get up.
And... Okay. Let's see here. I will do exactly that. And... oh, hey. Right under that little thing.
What was that?
Me moving.
Showing the art.
Me moving. That's what that was.
All right. Anything else? You move down there?
Mm-hmm. Action to stand up? Well, I mean, as much as a serpent can.
Yeah.
All right. Mage Maelstrom, it is your time to retaliate.
I just want to check what my. So they started my initiative. I'm gonna see what my action die is for this round. If I can get to my.
Oh yeah. That's
come on.
Pretty wild.
Mm.
All right, so the grapple rules are on page 93 maybe?
So grapple is you can try to escape. Like you can't do anything but try to escape or something.
Yep.
But yeah, 96.
96.
Pin target cannot move or take significant actions until freed.
That is correct.
Ooh. Well, I'll just do what I did last time and go in corporal. Although, what's the what would be my strength or my fortitude? Like, what's the save? What's my target number?
Strength would be your strength would be your fortitude save, and then it would be, let's see, Hacker twice the size, so he's going to get a +4 because he's twice the size of you. And it's going to be versus, what is it versus, John?
Well, on the
15?
on the monster sheet, it's +14.
All right, so yeah, even more because it's a
All right,
big one.
so I'll take the hit point tax.
He's huge.
And go in corporal.
All right, who are you rolling damage for first?
I'm rolling for John first.
All right.
See what we got. Oh,
nice.
Yeah.
And for me,
so
6 for both of us. So I'm down to 6 hit points.
You're down to 6 as you move through this muckworm. You feel these stones and arcane energy flowing through your body, muckworm, and it makes you convulse and shiver. And it comes out where? I don't know. Where are you coming out there? Over there.
And I'm casting my 2d16 raise of enfeeblements at that sucker.
All right, so these will be at a +3 each.
Yep. Attack bonus is 3. It's AC 4. Oh, but I did roll a 1. So misfire.
I think that's good. Yeah, that is not good.
Let's see.
What is the misfire?
That's excellent.
No, it's awesome.
Right, Bruce?
Misfire is a D4 if you want to roll a D4.
Yeah, so we're
well, it already rolled it for you, so it's a 3 on the misfire table.
Okay.
All right, so that is nearest 1d4 enemies receive a ray of power, which grant them a +2 strength bonus to attacks and damage for the next turn.
All right, so the nearest 1d4, the nearest enemy?
Nearest 1d4 enemy.
So it might be all 3 of them.
Yeah,
it's only going to be 1, so it's going to be the muckworm.
I just
it
powered
is
you
the
up.
closest. And the muckworm gets a +2 now.
Yes.
Attacks and damage, I think. Yeah.
And
All
I'm
right,
gonna try. I'm try again.
Yeah, you don't lose spells, so you still got that second spell. This
All
one's
right.
gonna hit.
Yowza.
It's a 19 on the Raven Feeblement, which is gonna get me. Will save or temporarily lose 1d8 plus 1 points of strength with a will
right.
save against my 19.
So see if you can make that will save, John.
All right, let's see what we got here. Get that selected. Do the will save. Submit. Kapow!
Oh.
All right, so is it half or is it just
No, it's just
completely
nothing.
nullified?
Just completely
All
nullified.
right, that's it. Gnomish Clockwork, Red Rage. Things are not looking good.
They're not looking good for that weird wizard thing, that's for sure. But so I'm gonna take my movement, and then once again I'm gonna hit the crypt snake thing with the tractor beam.
Now, before you do that, I'm going to give the Tomb Serpent, it's got a special camouflage ability, and normally it's 50%. But since she just went over there, moved, and kind of stationed herself, she's reestablishing herself as being stone. So it says in the description that even though you're looking at it and you suspect that it might be a creature, you still have to roll this percentage to see if you actually believe yourself. So if you can roll me a 25% chance, so if you roll 26 to 70 to 100, you know it's a serpent. Oh, you think it's a statue? I mean, you know you saw the serpent over there, but it's blended.
I could
It's
have
camouflaged into
sworn.
the thing.
I could have sworn. So instead, I see my only target that I care for. I'm not going to pull that worm over here, but my other enemy over
Maelstrom.
here is the maelstrom is within tractor beam range. So I will turn my attention to the new target.
Everybody wants to jump on that maelstrom. I did not expect this.
The clockwork, or the gnomish clockwork, is a creature of pure logic, and its calculation determines that is the best target. So 14 feet closer.
Related to the
prone.
Borg. And does
Oh,
the
you get a-
maelstrom get a reflex save, right?
DC 12 fort save.
Fort save. All right.
Let me double check that. Yes.
All right, so with a pass, it is not tractor beamed. Maelstrom's energy just kind of disperses the beam. It can't grasp onto anything. John, you are up.
Oh, man. Do I need to roll to see if I can see the serpent?
You do, and yours would be 50% because you have been in active combat with the Mage Maelstrom, and you haven't been paying attention to the serpent. You do not see the serpent.
All right, I do not see the serpent, and the tractor beam did not work. And my range on the tail thing is only 15 feet, which I'm
You
not
could move.
close enough.
Now,
Yeah,
viewers
yeah.
out there are rerolls, and even though they will cause a little bit of time, if you have a favorite in this combat, you want to use a reroll, you can use your channel points to try to save them.
I'm going for the tail scoop up again.
John, can I use my channel
Not
points on
sure.
myself?
No, you cannot. And stop calling me John.
I know,
Fine by
sorry.
me. He's appealing to his attacker.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm like, please let me
please
use my
let
channel
me use
points.
my channel points.
All right, let's see that tail swipe.
Oh, I only hit a 12.
Then you don't hit.
Oh,
Muckworm, is that all your actions, or do you have
here's some
another action?
miscalculate. Well, I moved and attacked. I don't think I can. I was assuming I'd get him with the tail.
All right, so that's it. Tomb Serpent Jen, you have become almost invisible to almost everyone who's looking for you. What are you going to do?
I am moving, and moving, and
Moving.
taking the rest of my 60-foot move. I am but a statue.
All right. As you
Blending in with
move,
surroundings.
not so much. As soon as you move, the clockwork gnomish cube definitely sees this movement. And John, you've lost it, but your muckworm actually has 3 actions.
You know,
Right, but I'm
that's-
not in range for him.
I was kind of banking on being underneath the lip, like in this area,
Oh.
just
Alright.
all the way in. It's just not.
Using
There we go.
terrain.
So you're trying to remain completely concealed.
Mhm.
All right. Since you're moving, I'm gonna have to give the clockwork cube a chance to see you, and that would be at the normal
good with that.
50%. Mage Maelstrom, it is your turn.
Okay, let's see what I
No?
got from my action
Oh, yeah,
dice
yeah.
this round.
I'll take more strength if you've got it.
Things.
I can already hear Julian in the back of my mind talking about how he's going to destroy everyone in his battle.
D20 Ray of Enfeeblement.
All right.
Ooh,
This is going to be a +6, though.
that's a different story than the the smaller dice with the smaller.
Yeah,
bows.
I'm going for the big dude.
Crit here could change everything.
Is it Ray of Enfeeblement or Scorching Ray?
It's
4.
Scorching Ray, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, 5 is
Oh,
Scorching
5.
Ray.
Even better.
Oh. Even more of a reason to not be anywhere near that.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
yeah.
not great though. I only got a 15.
It's not
Suck.
great.
Sorry.
Is it a
Scorching
success?
Ray. Yep, it's one
D6
target
plus
takes
caster
D6. Would it be my hit dice? D6 plus 5? Is that what it would be? Or
D6 plus 5.
all right, and then you have to make a reflex save against that 16 to see if you catch fire.
All right, catch fire.
If only we had luck to burn. So roll that D6.
Plus 5.
All right, that is going to be 10 points of
10
damage. That
points
is
of
going to
damage.
hurt.
Yeah, I'm not happy
And-
about that, but I made the save.
But you are not on fire. And Mage Maelstrom, are you going to move at all?
Yeah, it's probably in my best interest to do so, even though he's gonna catch me, but 5, 10, 15. There we go.
All right. Red Rage. Gnomish Cube does see a little. Well, you can check to see if you see a little flash of movement on the outside of the arena. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a look at her.
All right, 50 or below. You do, in fact, see her slithering underneath the first row awning.
All right. Then I'm gonna try and pull her closer, stop her from fleeing away out of the fight.
You want to move first so she's closer to you?
Actually, I want to be further away from the big thing, so it serves both purposes. Ooh.
Ooh, that is going to be 20 feet, and I need a fort save?
Was it fort or reflex?
I think it was fort.
It was fort, yeah.
Fortitude.
Okay. Keeping in mind, I have a free reroll, rather.
Would you like to use it?
Not that it made a dang bit of difference. I went from rolling a 1 to a 2.
Nice or not. So you are knocked prone once again as you're ripped off this awning and drug across the sands of the arena. Your body flipping and flailing as you coil up trying to straighten yourself. And John, we are back up to you.
All right.
Leave me alone!
I'm gonna make a little move here to some position resembling that, and the carrion breath attack. The worm vomits a 60-foot long, 5-foot wide stream of rancid bile and half-digested flesh that does 4d6 damage to each creature in the line.
You were
there a
waiting
save?
for them to line up.
And
Is there a save?
I'm not sure. There is a save, and 60 feet is just behind the serpent.
I know.
It is a DC 14 reflex save for half damage. So I will roll the breath weapon attack here.
Is this considered
Kaboom.
poison?
It is considered vomitous. It's
I
rancid
think it's-
bile.
Acidic, I would say, if anything, but
Yeah. I don't think it's poisonous
we've got
necessarily.
18 damage on deck.
All right, so I need a DC 14 reflex save from the Gnomish Cube and the Tomb Serpent.
No bonuses out there. Dang it. Hey, John, you and I are going to have words on Monday, sir?
Totally fair. Totally fair.
Because even half damage is going to do me in.
All right, so
Ooh.
the rancid flesh
I
expels
made
through
my
the
save,
arena.
But
Now, Bruce, if I'm not mistaken, do you have an ability that has to deal with flesh?
I don't believe so. I have some immunities to mundane types of damage, but I think that's it.
All right, it might have been a different one. All right, so yeah, it is a different monster that I'm thinking of. With that rancid bile that you expel from your mouth, expelling this huge line of stinking, rotting, disgusting flesh. That corrodes the metal of the clockwork cube, just collapsing it all. The tomb serpent is just rolling up as it was twisting back and forth. It just rolls up into a ball, curls up, and dies. And now there are only 2 left. Mage Maelstrom, it is your turn.
All right.
And I am baffled that now there's just this statue of a broken serpent laying there. I don't understand.
That is true.
All right, so I got 3d14, and my spell is Flaming Hands.
Ooh.
All right,
Gotta get nice and close for that one.
let's do this. Flaming Hands
Muckworm is at 32 hit points,
at +2.
taking some damage.
Nope. Second one. Nope.
Ooh.
And then third and last but not least. No, 3 bad attacks.
Oh.
wait, Tim, you got to reroll.
Oh, I got a reroll?
Next
One more
roll.
chance.
It's gonna be like a point of damage. Nope, no good.
Or it'll be a crit. Oh.
All right, John, can you finish this battle?
All
And if
right.
so, how do you choose to do it?
Well, it's got to start with a claw swipe, follow through with a bite, and if that doesn't do it, the tail's coming
wait.
right around.
Wait, here's another reroll
Oh, another reroll popped up?
for Tim.
We'll allow it. We'll allow it.
Yeah.
Plus a buff.
Plus a buff.
All right, so I get a +1 on top of it.
All right.
Must have Joey in the audience.
No, it was Bob.
It's the sensei. It's
Bob is avenging his wife.
all
right.
That's true.
Oh, there we go. What's
All
that?
right, so-
14?
This-
Yeah, 13. They say I got 13. I added the
Oh.
+1 in. So
Oh,
Flaming
okay.
Hands. I think that's literally like a point of damage, maybe. A
D3
1d3.
damage.
Yeah,
Every little bit counts.
I'm
But
going
it's
out.
an
I'm not going out without a
explosive.
fight.
Oh, there we go. Max
29.
damage.
All right.
Can't knock max damage.
All right, John, it is your turn.
All right, so we got a claw that happens. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, and the Mage Maelstrom goes away.
Just rips right through it. John is the winner in a surprise turn of events. He comes off the viewing booth and destroys everyone in the arena.
It's like
We
when
will
Vince
be
McMahon
right
enters
back.
the ring.
Yeah, I call shenanigans.
No chance. That's what you
Another
got.
do-over.
I thought you guys were going to gang up. I told you how big he was. We will be right back with round 3. Welcome back to round 3 of the Dungeon Denizens Battle Royale. If you guys have not backed that Kickstarter, head over to Kickstarter, follow the link in chat, and click back that Kickstarter. We are showcasing some of the monsters that are going to be added to the DCC version of the Dungeon Denizens. Right now, we have Jake. Jake, who are you going to be fighting with this evening?
I am fighting with the Bronze Reaper, a dual-wielding flaming head of doom. So take Ghost Rider and give him Iron Man's armor. You've got my guy.
Bronze Reaper is my favorite to win the entire competition. 30-foot cone of fire breath, immune to poison, sleep, blindness, constructed nature, so no need to food, drink, or sleep. Michael, how are you doing this evening? Who are you going to be playing?
Oh, I'm doing great, and I'll be playing Shadow Bloom. So it's 1 part undead and 2 parts Swamp Thing. That's what I'm kind of thinking about, and it's gonna be a little bit cold and chilly when he comes around.
It's going to be interesting because you've got an aura of cold radius, and then we've got the flame guy over there, the Bronze Reaper. You are an undead creature, and any other undead creatures in your vicinity gain 2 hit dice. If you put an opponent down, like these guys could beat each other up, and if you land the killing blow, then you create a ghost of one of them.
Well, would that be true of my construct?
It would not be true of the construct. But this is going to be an interesting fight because we've also got Stephen Newton here. And Stephen, who are you playing this evening?
So tonight I will be playing the Ice Lurker, and there is nothing more than an Ice Lurker likes than to be use his stealthy abilities in a arena full of spectators.
So the Ice Lurker is a deceiving, not you can't even tell that it's there, almost like the Tomb Serpent. Strikes from surprise, vulnerable to heat though and fire. We do not like that.
Hey man, spoiler alerts! Come on.
Yeah, well, I have to be fair. I've got to give it to everyone else. Hitting the Ice Lurker, metal freezes and shatters, and a frost envelope can turn to liquid and freeze opponents. So let's get this battle started and see how it happens. If each of you could click on your token and then roll for hit points on your character sheet, please. Let's see. Jake, the Bronze Reaper, has 31. Michael, the Shadow Bloom, has 14. And Steven, your Ice Lurker, has 30. All right, so take that into account. Roll your initiative, and let's get this battle started. Did I clear off the initiative tracker? No, I didn't. All right, let's go. Hit those initiatives. Who's going to go first? It looks like Michael comes in just by 1 point. You're up. What are you going to do, Michael?
All right, now are the walls considered passable?
If you're,
because I'm a
you go
ghost.
through the walls.
I'm kind of a ghost, so I kind of want to like skim around the walls as a ghost.
If you can go into full corporeal form, then yes, you can go through the walls.
Right,
you can go through the floor.
I would love to do that because it says I can go through any inanimate objects there.
Then so be it.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna skim around the walls here. 1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna move around here.
All right, so immediately you guys see this green creature come out of the gate and disappear into the stone. And you're staying in the stone at the end of your turn, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. So nobody knows where you are. Bronze Reaper, you see this. The only other opponent in the ring is like this big snowdrift way down at the other end of the arena.
You don't want anything to do with that guy.
All right, I'm actually going to charge forward for this guy because, you know what? I'm immune to cold damage, so this guy doesn't really bother me. And that'll be my turn.
All right, Ice Lurker, this Bronze Reaper head on fire is coming at you.
So he just mentioned that he is immune to cold, which really works to my disadvantage. So something I learned from playing Risk at a young age is to gang up on people. So I'm going to move this way as much as I can.
All right. You saw the Shadow Bloom disappear into the wall over there. You're heading over there to see if you can possibly find an ally. Shadow Bloom, it is your turn. No one knows where you're at.
All right, so I'm gonna move closer back. So I'm gonna move back another 30 feet this way. Over there, and I'm gonna bide my time. And that's the end of my turn because I.
All right. Bronze Reaper, there's some jockeying for position going on. It's your turn.
Yep. I guess I'm gonna go after the only opponent I can see here. Almost close the distance on the ice lurker here, and that is it for me.
Ooh, that's getting awfully close, Ice Lurker. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think he might be bluffing. He perhaps he is actually being a flame guy, very susceptible to cold. So, into the breach. So off we go.
All right, what are you gonna do when you
So
get
the
up there?
Ice Lurker has his fabulous Frost Envelope attack, which I think is what Santa uses to send mail at Christmas time. Or perhaps it's Frost
Oh,
Envelop. I don't know. Either
so
way, I'm
sweet.
going to do my monster melee attack here.
I gotta tell you, I read that as envelope too.
Did that work as expected?
It did. We've got a result of 20. That is a nice hit. Bronze Reaper, does that hit you?
It does hit my AC of 20, but I was not bluffing. I really am immune to cold damage.
All right, so tell us about this attack that you have, Steven.
Well, first of all, I have pseudopods, which is a word I love to use in everyday conversation. So the pseudopod attack hopefully, just slaps him around a little bit. But then you've got the Frost Envelope, which the Ice Lurker melts into liquid form, moves, and then refreezes. And then any creature suffers 1d6 damage and becomes enveloped or enveloped in ice. DC 14 reflex save to avoid, and that creature cannot breathe, is restrained, can't move, cast, attack spells, blah blah blah. So one would presume there's some cold damage in there, but it also just might be trying to constrict the guy using my ice-like abilities.
It is definitely going to hold him, I think, if it is successful. So let's see. Initially, we got the 5 damage from the hit, right? So we've got 5 damage as a pseudopod. Yeah, it just kind of punches you right in the face, and very disrespectfully, Jake, I might add. And then Frost Envelope, this is it's not a roll, it just happens. So you see this ice drift that's been kind of blowing around the arena immediately melt and then reform around you. I need a DC 14 reflex save, please.
Reflex save, all right.
And Bob over there is giving me a buff, which I'm going to use at some point here.
Okay, make sure you remember that you got that.
I will. Thank you, Bob.
Ooh, nope, look at a 10.
All right, so the ice forms around your body, and you are encased inside of this wall of ice.
Oh no!
Steven, if you could roll a D6 for me.
Oh, I don't know how to do these things. There's a dice thing.
It doesn't say that. It's over on the left. There's a little dice.
Did that do something?
That did. It doesn't necessarily say it's cold damage. It just says 1d6 damage.
That's right. Just damage. Damage is damage.
Because it did not specify cold damage, it is just damage. As maybe you're cracking some of these chunks and compressing some of the metal of the Bronze Reaper. If you're still in there at the beginning of the Ice Lurker's next initiative, you will suffer 2d6 damage. When the Ice Lurker moves, you move inside with it. The only way you can escape is to make a DC 12 strength check on your initiative.
Very good.
All right. Shadow Bloom, you've just seen the Bronze Reaper disappear. I'm not sure. You probably can't see through the wall, but what is your plan now?
I'm gonna try to catch up with them because now they're
Okay.
engaged in combat. So I'm gonna.
You're
move.
gonna have to come straight out of the wall. You don't know they're engaged in combat.
Nah.
So I mean, to be fair, you would have actually still probably went over to the left.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pop out like here.
Okay.
And then look out.
I will accept that. And then where are you gonna go?
And now I'm gonna have to move. Let's see, 2, 3. That's it.
All right, this is interesting. Reaper, you were inside. What are you gonna do?
All right. You said it's a DC 12 strength check.
It is a DC 12 strength check.
Well, how fun. I have 2 action dice. So what do I do for strength check? Is that fortitude?
It's gonna be fortitude. Yep.
Ooh, nope.
That is not gonna cut it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna use my second action dice, and I'm going to try one more time.
Banging on the walls of this ice prison. Finally, you kick a boot and explode out. All right, so I think the only thing you really got left is movement. If you want to move.
Nope, I got this guy right where I want him.
All right, so you're gonna stay there. I'm gonna, Steven, you're really on top of him still, but I'm gonna move you down just a little bit to show that he's out of the ice. Ice Lurker, he is broken out of his ice prison. You are still pretty much in the same space. What are you gonna do next?
Yeah, so I really enjoyed my little ice hug that I was giving him, so I'm just gonna try for the same thing, slapping with the pseudopod, and then see if I can envelope him again. So I will click my monster melee attack. So fancy melee.
Oh my goodness!
Very
Bronze
good.
Reaper, can you be critted?
I believe
You
so. I just
don't have
am
any
immune to
version
things
crits,
that
do
affect
you?
living creatures, mind effects, and cold damage.
Ooh, now if Bob was watching, he'd say you're a construct and you don't have any living creatures. But if it doesn't say you're immune to crits like the undead, and I don't think we have anything rules is written that actually says constructs are immune to crits. Let's go ahead and see what this crit is, because I really want to see what a crit is. The creature damages your snout. Oh, that's sorry. Wait. That's the fumble table. That's a fumble. My mistake.
Snout damages.
We're all over the book tonight, folks.
The blow shatters the PC's forearm, or in this case, your forearm, Bronze Reaper, inflicting a 1d6, and one of the arms is useless until healed.
Oh no!
I'm gonna say that takes away. I'm gonna say that takes away one of your action dice.
That's gotta hurt. No cold damage, he said.
All right, so
I was
roll
told
me
to
a
taunt my
1d6,
enemies in
please,
this. I'm
Stephen.
usually not like a jackass like this one. Just
Steven, if you could roll me an extra 1d6.
I can roll 1d6. Probably. That do something? There we go.
It did. Bronze Reaper, you are down to 10 hit points. And I'm not sure what is going on here. But Shadow Bloom. Oh, and you're going to try the envelope.
Did he get enveloped? Did he have to do his ref save?
So I need a reflex save, DC 12.
DC 12.
No, sorry, not. I'm reading the wrong character sheet. Hold on here. What is the reflex save, Steven?
DC 14 ref save, avoid enveloping.
Thank you. So again, the ice lurker drips into water, just instantly melting, reforming and restructuring around you. But this time the Bronze Reaper is prepared for it, stepping out of the way as the ice bars shoot up, encasing only air. And the Bronze Reaper is looking like he may turn this battle around. Shadow Bloom, it is your turn.
I have a question. So I have 2 action die. Is that only for attacks? Or could I use
it is 2 action die to take 2 actions.
Okay, so I can't use one for extra movement and then get closer.
We need to address that question on Raw. So technically, you have 1 movement action and 2 melee actions or other physical actions.
Right, that's what I would have ruled it. So okay, just making sure. All right.
Yep.
So I'm gonna step sauntering over because that's about how fast I move, and then I'm going to wait right here, and that's going to be my end of my turn.
Bronze Reaper, this could be the opening you were looking for.
It
It
truly
is your go.
Zombie boy's here.
I'm going to take a step over, not disengage in melee here, and I am just going to release a fire breath. 30-foot cone just, takes my head and engulfs the two combatants here. Go ahead and...
Do I get an extra pseudopod slap when he steps back?
No, he made sure to say that he was staying in melee range. Unfortunately, we do not get the withdrawal attack.
All right, that is going to be 8 points of damage, DC 12 reflex for half.
All right, I need the Shadow Bloom and the Ice Lurker to make me a reflex save, please. You can find just underneath your armor class on your character sheets up at the top.
I don't want to remind people that I am susceptible to fire damage at this point, but
I appreciate that, and I think you might both be. So making the save is going to be 4 points of damage, but your vulnerability means you take double damage from the fire, so you will be back at 8. So the Ice Lurker takes a big burning hit. Some of its ice falling apart and melting permanently, and is down to 22 hit points. While they both made the save. Shadow Bloom, are you susceptible to fire damage as well?
It didn't say anything on the special ability or anything.
All right, if it does not say that you are vulnerable to it, then you only take 4 damage.
Gross, slimy plant.
Puts you at the same HP as the Iron Bronze Reaper. Ice Lurker, it is your turn.
all right, I got to take out Iron Man here before he does another one of those attacks. And Zombie Boy shows up. So we'll do my pseudopod slap one last time, what will hopefully be one last time. And envelop him. What did I get?
13, does that hit?
Nope, AC 20.
Wait!
Teams off.
AC
20. Wait, you have a reroll, don't you?
I got something. What did Judge Bob give me here?
Did he give you a +1 or a reroll?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was a reroll. Wasn't it a reroll? I think it was a reroll. Jen.
If it wasn't, we'll make him pay for a reroll anyway. So go ahead and reroll it.
Yeah, there we go. The audience has spoken. What did that do?
Oh,
there we go. Another
yeah. Nothing like cheating in a game.
I mean,
well, John turned into a dragon.
That is true. You gotta blow to the jaw. The PC loses 1d8 hit points and the same number of teeth. So these iron teeth in the Bronze Reaper's mouth as 3 points of damage. Can you roll me another d8, Steven, please?
I can. I'm getting the hang of these icons over here.
This could take out the Bronze Reaper, but it does not.
Oh, man.
Maybe the enveloping will.
Bronze Reaper is still alive, and like clockwork, the Ice Lurker, as soon as it hits you with this snowy pseudopod, leaving a gentle 4-fingered, kiss of fresh snow on your cheek, it goes to envelop you, but you quickly step out of the way again. It is not going to catch you with that. Shadow Bloom, Michael, what is your plan? You see the Bronze Reaper, the metal flying out of its mouth. It's barely standing up. The flames inside its head are dimming significantly.
Question. So, are you immune to ice attacks or cold damage?
Cold damage.
Who?
The other creature. What's his name?
You would think I would
Lurker?
be. It doesn't say it on the sheet, but that would be dumb.
It does not. He is not immune.
All right, I would like.
answer.
Should I not be immune to ice damage?
I don't know. Make me
Go
a
to
fortitude
the
save.
judges. Go to Bob. Actually, what would Julian roll here? What would Julian roll?
It's not written down. in the book. Well, that's all we can go by right now.
Oh, damn it!
All right, he needs to make a fortitude save then.
All right, let's see if
I'm gonna add my +1 here for
Lurker.
my. I've already got this, but I'm gonna do this. Just remember that I've got Bob's here. Oh, I can actually add adds here. So I'm going to do my Bob +1. What did that give me?
And Shadow
Ooh, he
Bloom,
made it.
what is happening with this fort save? What
So
are you?
there's this aura of cold energy that's just swirling around me, but seems to survive it, so it's okay.
It would make sense. The dice have ruled that he is, in fact, also ice, so he does not feel that. Any other plans?
I'm gonna move in and go after Iron Man over here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna swing one of the many tendrils made of his body and swing at him.
Oh, you're
Right.
so gross.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh wow!
4 on the monster fumble table, and I have the actually I have the undead fumble table since you are undead. The undead's foot catches in the ground, twisting its moldering leg clean off with a sickening crunch. The creature can now only crawl at a 5-foot movement speed.
I can barely move as it is. All right, here we go.
You were slow before, but now with your leg falling off, you can only move 5 feet.
That's why we got to take this guy out.
Jake, you are still up. Can you
All
turn
right.
this around?
I'm gonna do my darndest to do so, so I'm just gonna take out my serrated blade and take a swing at the ice lurker.
All right, let's see what happens.
Monster melee. Ooh, AC 11.
Ice Lurker, that does not hit you with your AC of 15. Does anyone want to give poor Bronze Reaper a reroll in chat? Spread the love around.
I actually forgot I have 2 actions. That was stupid. I missed it, but whatever.
Can I take a movement to lean into that attack?
No, we can't.
Okay.
There is a reroll. All right, Jake, go ahead and reroll.
Very good. Let's go. Let's pull up my character.
I'm excited to see what happens here. If you could do that big 10 damage again.
No kidding. Nope.
Oh,
I can't
it's
even
not
do
meant to be.
10 AC.
It is not meant to be. Ice Lurker, it is your turn. What are your plans? A new foe has moved up and gotten in your space.
So I'm just gonna do the spoiler alert for the audience. So the Ice Lurker's got this great Shatter Steel attack or defense, but I don't think Iron Man's going to be around to see this because I'm just going right in. The zombie guy doesn't seem to be in the mix at all. So pseudopods akimbo. What happened?
11 is not going to cut it. Bronze Reaper is pretty tough.
I'm going to drag this out. Longer than Michael can drag himself.
Is that all the actions from the Ice Lurker?
You know what? I can move, right? I'm going to get the hell out of here now. I'll let the other guy.
Ooh.
Oh, no, I'm not going to move out. Then he's going to swipe me with... Oh, actually, I can. Right. I'll move out because he'll swipe me with his sword, and it's going to break. Can I do that?
It might break. Yeah, you can move out. Bronze Reaper, do you want to take an attack of opportunity?
Yep, I don't think it would know that.
And Shadow Bloom, were you engaged in melee as well?
No.
No, that was just your aura of cold.
It's my aura, yeah.
I taunt him as I go. Oh, yes.
15
try your attack.
A 15 slashes into the icy snow mound that is the Ice Lurker, ripping some of it with the heat of its blade just melting through. But as it gets about midway through the Ice Lurker, crystals begin to form, and the heat from the blade begins to freeze. Ice Lurker, if you could please roll me a d6. On a d6, that one hand is going to shatter on a result of 6. So it cuts through you for 8 points of damage and does not shatter. But the blade is a little frosty.
Well, that's all right. I'm still standing. That's it, me.
Who got the 8 points? I did or he did?
You did. You took 8 points of damage from that serrated blade. And his blade only breaks on a 6. So it has not broken. Shadow Bloom, it is your turn.
All right, this time I'm not going to forget I have 2 attacks, so I'm going to once again strike out with my tendril, be like, because I'm on the ground, kind of hobbled, because my foot's broken, so I'm going to try that.
Your foot fell off.
Oh, yeah.
Hopping around on one foot.
It's good to be. So,
14 is going to miss. The Bronze Reaper is stacked at a 20 AC.
Wow.
Gonna need to be better. Oh, there it is!
Yes!
Another
Oh,
crit. Oh, no.
Not a crit,
No.
but he does have a +4, so that is a 21 to hit the Bronze Reaper, and it is not meant to be. Reaper, unless you have anything else, you are going to go down.
Nope, that's it for me.
Bronze Reaper falls to the ground. And now there are only 2. Shadow Bloom, do you want to move 5 feet?
Yeah, so I'm going to hobble on that 1 foot and just kind of hop over to the next guy. Like, I'm going to get you.
All right, Ice Lurker, all that work you did, the Shadow Bloom just came up and stole it from you. What are your plans?
Well, I think that guy needs to be ensconced or enveloped or however we're talking about it. So I'm going to come up and give him the business.
All right, let's see it.
And also, that's my only attack. So,
Is he
what
getting a
else could I do?
pseudopod slap?
He is getting the pseudopod slap followed by the frost envelope.
Oh.
And I was going to say, the frost envelope wouldn't really even hurt him because he can tune incorporeal. But that 9 points does hurt. And Michael, you are down to 1 hit point.
Yeah.
Does he have to do the 14 point? Or is he going to turn into gas or whatever he's doing?
I mean, you can make a reflex save to see if you even need to worry about turning incorporeal. So give me a reflex save, please, as this ice melts and then reforms around you. Seeing it happen before, you quickly avoid it. So you don't even have to worry about it.
Hop, hop,
And
hop.
Shadow Bloom, it is now your turn.
All right. I only have 1 attack, so I'm going to give him the 1-2. The tendrils come out, try to slap him with a paralyzing touch.
Oh, if only it would have been a little bit sooner. If only it would have been a little bit sooner. The other attack already started. You guys got to be quicker with this. I've already passed that point. So I cannot retcon that death. We've already got an attack. Or no, we don't have an attack. Anyway, Michael, what are you going to do?
I was about to press the submit button before I was... someone said something.
Since you have not pressed the submit button, I will say you have not taken action, and that 1 point is going to go into effect, felling you, dropping you to the ground as this extra shard of ice pierces into your undead brain.
Woo!
What? Oh. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to, gloat a little bit here, but...
As you're gloating, turning around, posing for the crowd, a ghost steps up in Jake's spot because anything the Shadow Bloom kills turns into a ghost. And Michael is back on the field with another ghost.
Wreathed in a spooky blue flame.
Michael, if you could go down to the extras tab, you will find you're probably going to have to refresh. You're going to find a character sheet for a ghost. This unexpected development, we're still not done. It is the ghost's turn. Let's just see.
All right, ooh, spooky ghost. Here we go.
I don't even think they really have an attack. They have rattling chains, bestow a boon, and turn invisible. So this ghost doesn't even have an attack. So we have a winner. It's going to be Steven with the Ice Lurker. Steven, do you want to talk trash?
I'm just waiting for you, Julian. Where are you, man?
All right. We will be right back with our last match of the evening. Welcome back to the fourth battle of our featured monsters from the Dungeons Denizens contest. And we are going to have the final battle royale. Elena said we can stay up late. There's no streams coming on after us. She is so gracious. I just want to extend a huge thanks to Elena because I sprung this on her. I was like, hey, I got this great idea that I talked to JG about. He said we could do it. And she's like, what? No, what? That's my day off. So, Elena, I'm sorry that I caused you so much stress, but I appreciate it so much. And this is the battle you've been waiting for, everyone. We've got Julian versus Liv versus Pokelefi. And first, let's introduce our Abhorrent Toad playing the Abhorrent Toad. If you could bring that image up, Elena. Liv, tell us a little bit about your creature.
So yeah, I'm Lacerator Liv playing the Abhorrent Toad, and I'm so sorry, I'm fighting with my cat at the moment as well. So I live in the swamps, and I like to eat things, put it in my big old mouth, and swallow them up whole.
I can
So
swallow
watch out
opponents
that.
whole, a bellowing croak that can stun,
Yeah.
and a standing 20-foot long jump or 10-foot high jump. And let's see, Julian, who are you going to be playing this evening?
I am playing the Muck Thrasher. I guess we're on a swamp theme in round 4 here. And I'm ready to rock and roll and kill. Since this is the first one ever, I'm declaring myself the champion of Battle Royal Dungeon Denizens, and anybody who wants the belt is going through me. I'm gonna destroy you all.
That is not valid. That is not valid. He is not the champion. And we do have some clicking going on. So whoever's got a fork and a plate in the background, just know that that is coming through.
That's my
but you've got the
bling,
Muck
man.
Thrasher.
That's my
Oh,
bling. I can't help it.
Is that what that is? That is what that is. All right. The Muck Thrasher can detach and flee without penalty of being hit. They go into a blood frenzy and attack on a D24 when an opponent is bleeding, and they inflict bleeding wounds that continuously cause damage. But last but not least, Alexander, thank you for joining us. First of all, where do you live at? You're in England?
Germany. I'm from
Germany.
Yeah.
And we have kept you up all night. What time is it there right now?
3 a.m. or 3:18 a.m.
Outstanding. Our German fans staying up till 3 a.m. in the morning. And Alexander, what are you playing this evening?
Well, I'm playing a pair of Trollhounds. You think pugs are bad or bloodhounds are bad? Try to crossbreed them with Troll.
And
if you survive the process, you get this.
I love the artwork on these
that you're not sure what went into it, but somehow it's dangerous.
They have a very sinister look with that huge mop of hair, but they can regenerate and heal 1d8 hit points every round, so the other players might want to keep that in mind. They do also have a pounce attack that gets a d4d die when they charge. They are vulnerable to fire. So let's get this battle started. If you guys can click on your character sheets and roll hit points, please.
Sure, dude.
We've got the Trollhounds. You are going to have to roll twice. We've got one with 20 and one with 30. Those are some strong Trollhounds. I think 30 was close to their max. Yeah, they're 4d8, so that's almost a max result. You got 2 8s there. Some strong Trollhounds.
How strong they are.
Liv.
I have been waiting for the troll out for DCC. Yeah.
So some bad luck on Liv's part. The Abhorrent Toad only has 15 HP out of a possible 40. And Julian, where are your hit points at? Do you know where that button is? Over there to the right of your character sheet?
Yep. I got it. Yep. Roll for HP. Here we go, baby.
No way. Out of possible 40, a 5d8, you got a 9. 2 1s, 2 1s, 2 2s, and a 3.
It was fixed.
Ooh.
It's fixed. It's a witch hunt. It's totally fixed. It's rigged. It's all rigged.
Wow. I mean, the dice have spoken, and I mean, Alex, I don't even think you need 2 troll hounds. One might do it. I mean, let's see how it goes. If you guys can click on your tokens and then hit the initiative tracker, let's see what happens.
Quite honestly, I love these hounds. You have no idea how happy I was that I got drawn for this one. Okay, where's the initiative on this sheet?
It is on the left-hand side underneath your armor class. There's a button that says initiative. You can click that. It will add it right to the sheet, but you do have to have your token selected. Now, perhaps our Muck Thrasher and Abhorrent Toad might work together. We'll have to see.
Just don't
Julian,
ask any of my hit points.
I'm keeping track of your hit points. Do you have a initiative roll for us?
Yeah. Let's see. I gotta select my guy first, huh?
Pick your guy, and then click on your initiative underneath your saves. All right, so it looks like the Trollhounds are starting off strong. Trollhounds with the 22, you are up first. What would you like to do?
Let me see. That's the problem. They're fast, but not that fast.
All right, be prepared for your turn. I wasn't laughing at that, but Bob has already given a +1 to whoever hits Julian first.
It's do your worst. Do your worst. The Muck Thrasher will reign supreme. I've already arranged for a Blood Bloom ghost.
Okay, where is that? Okay, where is it? Here?
What are you thinking, Alex?
Well, I trying to expend one of my my 2 action dice to move twice to get up here with both.
All right, so
Slightly off the shield.
Yeah, so once you click the ruler and you're measuring distance, then you have to go back up to that icon and click the pointer.
Yeah, I'm just not I know there was a way to measure when you move, I think, but I can't remember what. I haven't used Road Ready in such a while.
All right, that's all right. And the Trollhounds with a 40-foot movement have elected to move straight up in a double move. And is that the end of your turn?
Yes. They're getting ready, and the pack is staying together because dogs always are strongest in pack.
All right,
and well, you're not sure if they're barking or grunting like a pig. You're not sure.
All right, we've seen this move up the middle once before. Abhorrent Toad, Liv, Lacerator, Liv, what are you going to do?
So I'm going to start off with making a nice big old, 20-foot jump over here, and then moving a little bit closer. The rest of my movement. Oh, and by the way, it's if you right click while you're dragging the tokens around, it'll measure for you while moving.
Good to know. Good to know. All right, so you immediately take a huge frog leap.
Yeah, and then
in the direction of these
more
toads.
hops, a little bit closer to these little hounds, and then I'm gonna let off this croak. So I don't have a button for it, but
Tell us, it's an ability, so
Yes.
it's automatic. So tell us what this ability does.
So I can utter a bellowing croak capable of momentarily stunning my prey. All creatures capable of hearing it within 20 feet are stunned for 2d6 rounds. A DC 11 Fortitude save negates and grants immunity to this effect.
All right, I need 2 DC 11 Fortitudes. Well, let's check the distance here. I think only one might be within range. Yeah, only one is going to be within range.
That was a mistake on my
Only
part.
one save, right?
Only one save. That was an error on the Abhorrent Toad's part.
Well, let's see what my doggo can do. Well, I wonder if the drums regenerate.
So I need a fort save from these one trollhound.
It is going.
And it hears the ribbit and just kind of shakes it off.
Well, have you ever been to a troll lair?
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'm gonna end there.
Right. Julian, Muck Thrashers are up next.
Yeah. Let's see. These are 5-foot squares, right?
They are 5-foot squares.
I'm starting here. I'm going to. I am just going to move myself here. And I'm done.
All right. Trollhounds. Abhorrent Toad has moved a little closer and let out a rumbling croak. What are you going to do? Alex, you're up.
Okay. Well, that's the good question. I don't have to move in a straight line when I move, right?
You don't.
In one move action. So, as my move action, I could move up here and then use the rest of my movement for a charge, correctly?
You could. Yes, you could.
Well, then the first one charges at the toad, which means I got a +2 to my attack, and I can roll a d4. Is that correct?
Now, it is correct. So Julian and Bob, if Bob is still listening, the Trollhound has a pounce attack. If a Trollhound charges as its attacks, it gains a d4 D die to execute the trips and throws Mighty Deed of Arms. And Alex asked me, he's like, well, I get a +2 from the charge. Do I get another +2 to damage and attack, to hit and damage from the deed? And by definition, for the D die, you would. That's something we might need to talk about as rules is written. So go ahead and roll that pounce charge.
Absolutely.
First, I rolled a d die. That is a 4.
Ooh, nice.
Deed is going to go off.
So I get in total a +6 to my attack roll.
Correct.
Well, then I will add it to the attack roll for this attack. This is huge, but there's always the risk of a 1. So let's see if this puppy is landing on its face or not.
Let's see it. Don't keep us in suspense, Alex. Hit that button.
To apply several times.
All right. Abhorrent Toad, does a 19 hit you?
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right. So once a charge hits, that is a Mighty Deed round. So did you did not, you did add the damage. So that is 6 damage.
Minimum damage, by the way, for this.
So 1-1 on the damage, which saved you, but then the deed goes off. Against a normal human-sized opponent, the warrior automatically knocks the target prone. Creatures up to 50% larger than the warrior of those are quadruple and otherwise sure-footed receive a reflex save to avoid being knocked prone. Now, the reason you got 2 Trollhounds is because they are smaller. I mean, they're big for dogs. They're like Mastiffs. But the Abhorrent Toad is, large. It's a huge toad. So let's see. With 4d10, the Abhorrent Toad's pretty big. I'm gonna say the Abhorrent Toad is bigger. Liv, can you roll me a d100, please? You need to get 50 or below, or you're gonna be knocked prone. You are knocked prone, and the Trollhound is growling and snarling in your face. All right, Alex, you still have another one.
Yes,
What are you going to do now?
As any good pack, this one is going to imitate the same move.
Oh.
Sorry to say it, so I get to roll a d for this one. 1d4. Well, that doesn't trip, but how can it trip if you're already on the floor? So, yeah.
True. The D does not go off, but in fact, it is a +1 to attack and damage, so you'll be at a +3.
Yes.
With the
it's still a
charge.
good bonus. So, let's see how he pounces on you.
Pack is just dogpiling on top of this troll, this toad.
Yes.
Let's see. 21 to hit. That is going to be 5 more damage. And Liv, you are not feeling great.
Yeah.
It is your turn, though. You're going to have to spend 1 action to get up from prone.
Can I attack from prone?
Yes, you can, but you would be at a reduced die.
Oh, reduced.
So are you going to try to bite?
That's my only action.
All right, so you're going to be at a D16, and I have corrected that on your sheet, so you should be able to just hit the attack button. And which one are you trying to hit?
I'll hit the lower one, just for ease of.
All right, so the abhorrent toad's mouth is huge, and so even as you're pouncing on him, you're both snarling. Saliva is dripping off the trollhound's mouth. The abhorrent toad opens its huge maw, and
That is a hit, especially after the charge. They are quite open.
You've got a -2 to that AC, so that is a successful strike on a D16, and you have caught the bottom trollhound in your attack. Now what happens, Liv?
I guess I'm gonna try to swallow this one up.
All right, so once you succeed on a bite, you can make another bite attack to swallow the target whole.
Again, using the
So
same D16.
Using the same D16 because you are prone. We won't change that.
So I'm just going to use the prompt, and we can ignore the damage. Maybe not.
Yes, you managed to do it.
Ouch.
Barely, but you managed to swallow the trollhound down. You keep that
Only-
much down in your gullet. Let's see how well it goes.
Only because the trollhound charged and dropped its AC to 11. That 11 hits. Nice. All right, so the trollhound is trapped in the toad's stomach. It suffers 1d8 on the start of the toad's next turn, and it can try to fight its way out. It can try to bite, claw to get out of there, but it has to do 12 damage to the inside of the troll versus a 20 AC. If the
my belly's
toad
stronger
suffers...
than my outside.
You're much stronger on the inside. If the abhorrent toad suffers 12 damage in a single round from the creature inside, it will regurgitate it. All right, so it can only swallow one creature as well. So there is a creature inside the toad's mouth. So it's like... And Muck Thrasher, Julian, it is your turn.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna stay exactly where I am.
All right. Biding your time after all this trash talk. Just kind of hanging
Come
back.
at me, bro! Come at me! Bring it!
Trollhound, Alex, it is your turn.
Bring it.
So, was that an ability that I have to attack him now, or what is that as a taunt?
To get spit out, you have to do more than 12 points of damage to the inside to get out, to be regurgitated.
Let's attack with the upper one first. Since
All right.
he saw his pack body being just swallowed down. Not a graceful situation. So he tries to claw him out from the outside. That's
Ooh.
23.
All right, so this is the one that is outside the toad. I think
Oh,
you
a
should have used the
crit!
one.
Nice. Yes.
Yeah, you should have used the one inside. So a 23
Sorry.
is definitely
Dice
gonna
fall
hit.
as they fall, and I stick with my words. That one is just furious seeing his buddy go.
All
Oh,
right,
I'm so
and
beyond dead already. It's fine.
the PC is disarmed. The weapon lands 1d12 plus 5 feet away. So as you bite into the top of this trollhound's face, you just rip back. You're yanking with your trollhound, your massive muscular neck, and you just tear the top of the trollhound's face off, ripping it open and exposing your trollhound companion inside as the troll just
Sorry.
falls and separates into two almost pieces. And Liv, yeah, you just got a bad roll in the
Yeah, I got a
HP.
lot of
Really.
luck, bad luck at the beginning. It's fine.
Sorry, dude.
You're fine.
It is what it is, and abhorrent. Well, you've got the one that just got spit out. Just for fun, let's say it takes 1d8 damage. Liv, if you could roll me 1d8 damage. And I'm not thinking
Nice.
it looks too good for Julian.
Nice.
All right, so that troll round's at 13.
Oh, I got him right
And
where I want.
remember, it generated at the end of its turn.
And you regenerate. So what do you? This
And
one's
it's
going to
now
take a minute to shake off.
Trollhound's turn, by the way.
You're
Well-
going to have to take a minute to shake off the bile. What do you want to do with that trollhound that just got freed from that swallow?
Let's just say, remember, it was swallowed. It basically was thrown on inside that thing, so it has to get up with an action, I would say. I think that's fair.
I agree.
And then it would move itself in a position a bit further away from the thing that just swallowed it, dripping
Yeah,
of the saliva and trying to heal its wounds.
Shaking. Roll me a 1d8 for your regeneration.
Sure do. It looks at the strange plant thing over there, not sure what it should think, by the way. Is that a joke?
You are back up to full. The dice land where they will. Julian, would you like to take an action?
Oh, I'm good here, boss.
All right, Trollhound, it is your turn.
It's a little known fact. Muck thrashers live thousands of years, so I can outwait you.
Have we ever figured out what's the life expectancy of a troll?
Oh, they're very short-lived. Because you burn them with fire.
Okay, did you just do something?
Nope. I was
He stayed exactly where he is.
I'm just kind of like weaving in the.
Yeah, the pack is regrouping. Maybe here. Yes.
All right. So right there, we'll go back to Julian. Julian, do you want to do anything?
Yeah, hell yeah. So it's time
Troll-
to move in.
Trollhounds are coming a little closer, sniffing the air.
Yes, I think I'm moving about here. That's about 10 feet, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And it's time to unleash hell. So the Muck Thrasher will make its 5 attacks now that my enemies are in range.
Did I hear correctly? 5? Wow.
Yes.
You heard correctly. He was keeping it a secret.
Now that I know I'm got regenerated critters here, I guess I'm going to focus on... Can I tell which one of these guys is more wounded at this point?
They are both. They look not injured at all. The just as they're coming up, the one to the south, you just see the barest sliver of pink flesh seal up.
Oh boy!
I got just very lucky with these doggies.
Well, I'm gonna,
I wanted to be fair when I placed the matches, but I really should have put like the fire one.
I'm just gonna go all out and try to kill one, and hope to get really lucky on one round of combat. So here we go. I'm just gonna try to take one of these suckers out, and monster melee attack. It's asking me for 2-hit bonus, but it's already figured in. Everything is there, right?
Yep.
Just
hit return.
just approve. Just say okay. It's confusing, yeah.
After every time I click it, I just hit return twice.
Oh. Okay, so that was 1. So I got to do this. I got to do it 5 times, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and hit it 5 times.
So here we go. Sorry for the delay. 1 hit, 1 miss. Oh, come on!
All right, do your last attack while I figure out what that fumble is.
No, that's 4 only.
So you got 2. Oh yeah, you got 2 hits to hit. But let's resolve that fumble. So a 3 on the fumble table. The monster damages one of its natural weapons, breaks a claw, cracks a tooth, dislocates a tentacle, resulting in a -2 penalty on all attack rolls while with this appendage until healed. So those subsequent attacks, the 18 is going to be a 16, and the 10 is actually going to be an 8. Now the 16 will still hit, so you've got 2 strikes there for 6 points of damage.
And bleeding at -2 now.
All right, so that happens on the Trollhound's beginning round. Is that correct? So tell us about that attack, Julian.
On a successful hit, the Thrasher's arm creates a bleeding wound that does ongoing 1 hit points per round, but there is a DC 12 fort save. So I guess since I hit him twice, he gets 2 saves. Again, 1 against each effect, yeah?
No, the way I read it is that you get 1 save for both of them, but I could be wrong. Let's see. DC 12 fort save negates the 1 hit point of bleeding. Yeah, so give me 2 fort saves, Trollhound. You got to beat a 12.
I am on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well.
All right, so you are suffering 1 point of bleeding. And blood is coming off of your face, though. I mean, you've got some scratches. This barbed little proboscis kind of slashed out and slapped you. It almost felt like a snowy appendage. But it is your turn. Muck Thrasher, is that the end of your turn?
Fear my 9 hit points!
Trollhound, it is your go.
You know those little chihuahuas when they bark? Furiously, that's just on a much deeper echo, but in the same pitch rate. Yeah, but just as a more bass tone, like it is almost coughing to death. Which one was the one that was affected first with the whips?
The southern one.
Okay, that one is charging headfirst at the plant thingy, pounces on it, or tries to pounce. That means deep dive. I don't think that thing can fall prone or tip, but we will find out in a second. Yeah, seems not to be trippable. But hey.
Let's see if it's
Pouncy.
biteable.
Yes, let's see how much it bites into it. 13.
13 is going to miss.
Way too slippery.
Exactly. You go to bite into it, and as you're closing your teeth on the stalk, it just slips right out of your bite. What now?
Well, now the other one tries its luck. Same strategy, pounds at it. Despite being dogs, like cats, they jump on it, trying to find that wiggly thingy that you just pulled away from it.
All right, it's going to be interesting if you do not take this Muck Thrasher out. I sense something coming your way.
Well,
Give us that attack roll.
2. Still nothing. But yeah, I still believe it's because that thing can't be tripped.
It's hard because I'm waiting. Ooh, I'm waving around. Ooh.
Yeah, wacky inflatable arms guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
All right, let's see what your attack is.
19.
Oh.
19 is going to hit. That is
Still
not enough to take Julian out. But
so you're saying I got a chance.
You do have a chance, but let's see if you are knocked prone.
Nope.
Let's see. The D did not go off, so you are not
Yes.
prone.
As I said, I don't think that thing can go prone. How is
All
that
right,
thing gonna go
so-
prone?
Now, can you roll me a 1d8 for your regenerative ability?
Of course I can.
Oh, me too?
Not you. And Julian, I hate to say it, but the wounds have sealed up, and there is no more blood.
Well, that is dark. And I love these pups. I
So
need
he's
to
not-
get this book as soon as possible.
Oh, fuck.
Let's hope shipping to Germany doesn't take forever. That is the biggest part. Quite honestly, I got the first books of these just because I had one living on an American airbase. I love them.
We appreciate your support over in Germany, and you need to spread the word and get more acolytes over there.
I did. That's the reason why my game store in the neighboring city now carries these books, because I kept babbling on how great they are.
Outstanding. You feel a tremor underneath the northern trollhound's feet as a hole opens up beneath the trollhound, sucking it into the ground. You try clawing, scraping to claw your way out, whimpering as your companion looks down from underneath, trying to nip at you with the nape of its neck, trying to pull you back up. But suddenly you're sucked into this sinkhole, and then the ground seals. There's only one trollhound left. Muck Thrasher Julian, it is your turn, but there is no more blood on this trollhound.
All right. Well, it's crit time. It's crit time. Big time.
If you wouldn't have healed and there was blood, then Julian would have got all his attacks on a D24.
All right, here we go.
One of
It's an easy one. So here we go. Sorry, gotta run back here. And I have one of these that's at a -2 yet, right?
That is correct.
A -2 on my armor class.
The third appendage is at a -2.
Okay. Is a 13 hitting?
This trollhound did not charge, did he?
Both did charge, my friend.
They both charged? Yeah,
Yes.
so the 13 is going to hit. You need to hit an 11. So 3, 4, 5 damage.
This is not doing it. It was actually the fourth one had the -2, so I'm applying it to number 4.
Okay.
That's
Still, my friend.
still hit. Oh, still hit. Give me a crit.
You got one
Everything's
more.
a crit. Ah, that's not a
That
crit.
is a miss.
Ah.
So that would be
6
3
points
hits.
of damage. 3 hits for 6 points of damage. I've got you at 14. And Muck Thrasher, is that the end of your turn?
And I have to make 3 fort saves.
That is true.
Yes. Oh. Oh.
All right. There is 1 point of bleeding going on. Muck Thrasher, your senses are tingling. All right, Trollhound, it is your turn.
Suddenly a hole opened, and trying to desperately ignore the giant subterranean centipede that seems to eat seems to eat cute, harmless dogs. The other one tries to eat the plant thingy or whatever that thing is.
Let's see what you got. Finish this. He's sitting there, 2 tiny little measly hit points.
Fumble, fumble, fumble. Ah, it's a miss.
Close. Yes.
Gonna miss.
But still, I get my regeneration.
Oh,
You do get your regeneration.
Give me a
you
1.
gotta heal.
Give me a 1.
Gotta heal 6
Oh.
points. Oh! He is healed back up to full again. Julian, you're gonna have to try to do it one more time.
Broken.
Here come the crits. Here come the crits.
You're just rolling really good.
This time
Yeah,
he has full AC. Miss.
He's got.
How about a miss?
Julian, you need to get some hits in there.
Miss.
Oh, jeez. Come on, guys. Give me some hits. Hits,
Miss.
hits. Oh, that's
The
nothing.
next one has the -2.
Yeah, the next one has the -2. But it doesn't matter because it's going to be a crit. It's going to be a crit, baby. It's a
It
hit.
doesn't matter because it hits.
And one
Even
left.
with the minus it hits.
Give me the big
Julian,
20. Here we go.
Julian, how does it feel to be? How does it feel to be getting smack talk from Germany?
Oh, jeez.
That is not a crit. That is a 16 plus 4. But those 2 last ones hit. Can you give me 2 fort saves, please, Alex?
I can for sure, my friend. Let's see how much this dog is gonna bleed. Well, 1 no. 2 no.
Ah,
All right,
This
that's
dog
it.
is resilient, my friend, and
There's
well,
not any bleeding going on. And see if you can finish this. It is your turn.
well, this is the end of my luck, so I don't think so, but we will see. The dog is furiously barking at the thing that constantly seems to strike him, but this dog doesn't seem to get beaten. Or doesn't like to get beaten. Who knows? Yes!
oh.
That is gonna do it. Tell me how you rip this thing out of the ground.
I am a salad.
Yes. The thing finally grabs it and seems to have suspected a weak point, pulls its full weight, almost rolls over as it rips that thing out. And is that thing more plant or animal-like?
It is more. Well, it's kind of a mix between both.
Well, then chlorophyllic blood is spraying everywhere as the dog is wondering if that thing is edible.
All right, we will be right back with our final round. Welcome back to the grand finale of the Battle Royale. We hope you've enjoyed the monsters so far, the artwork that we're highlighting, the fight cards, and I want to just say extended thanks to these 13 outstanding contestants, because I snuck that surprise contestant in there by Grinstow, John Wilson, and that was planned. So, sometimes the arena is not fair. But we've got our finale, our Battle Royale for the champion, Dungeon Denizens champion of the world. And we've got our 4 finalists. We've got Trevor. And Trevor, I know you're reading up on it, but you were playing the giant barbshell clam prime up on the north. And it has a 30-foot range pneumatic spear. So that thing is going to fire out of it and be able to hit people. And it also has multiple ones in there because it's a clam prime. So if you could roll me a d4, that is actually how many spears you will have out there. 1d4 plus 1. And you reel in pierced grappled victims, and you have a gaping maw crushing attack once you pull them in that deals 2d6. So what was your result?
I got a 3 on the D4 plus 1.
All right, so you have 3 spears inside your mouth there that you can fire out because they can be severed, as I believe it describes in your description. Julian, you are going to be playing the Dust Brother, and I like this art as well. Dust Brother, if you could bring that card up for us, Elena. Dust Brother is made out of dust. He throws a spear. That coalescent weapon reforms in his hand. No matter where it is, if he throws it and stabs somebody in the eye, If it gets knocked out of his hand, it forms back into his hand. Automatically magic resistant, 15% spell failure. Any spells cast on him. Where was he when we were fighting the Mage Maelstrom? And ability called Sirocco, which is a shifting form that reduces damage. He can kind of like collapse into dust. On the southern end of the arena, we have Liv, who is going to be playing our Inferno Cat. So Julian is stepping in for Stephen Newton, who won, and Liv is stepping in for John in the finals. Liv, you are playing the Inferno Cat, which is one of our fiery finals. And these monsters are big monsters. You can see their size on the map. They are 8 hit dice, most of them. The Inferno Cat has a superheated corrosive bile that can shoot out in 30 feet. It has a pounce attack that knocks prone and allows a free bite into its face, but it is vulnerable to cold attacks. And last but not least, we have the champion from round 4, Alex, who is playing the... I'm probably going to kill this name. We might need, mainly Michael Curtis here to give us a pronunciation on this. The Oaks Chatateo, which is a undead that does a draining attack that saps strength, a wounded fury. When the Oxtateo is beneath half hit points, they gain 1 die to damage. So they climb up the dice chain on damage, climb up the dice chain to hit. So they start hitting at a D24 and do 1d8 damage. Undead traits, immune to crits. And Alex has 2 of them based on the amount of hit points these creatures have. So, Trevor, can you roll hit points for our clam, please?
I will do.
You are sitting at 32 out of a possible 80.
Yeah, two natural ones.
That's how the dice fare. Julian, can you roll hit points for our Dust Brother? Hopefully you do better than last round.
Can't
This is
be
your
much
chance.
worse.
This is your
Here we
chance
go.
at redemption, Julian.
Here we go.
Out of a possible 64, you got a 46. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Liv, can you roll some HP for our Inferno Cat?
That's better this time.
54. Very nice. Very nice. You guys kind of got some bad rolls. And Alex, can you roll 2 hit points for our... Oh, man. Oxachatateo.
It's easy. It's 2 times the same.
I mean, you roll, that's 8 out of 48. That's, mid. So now if you guys can click one of your tokens and select the initiative, we will get this battle royal underway. I would like to welcome everyone to the Dungeon Denizens Battle Royal Championship of the World! This will determine the first ever Dungeon Denizens champion. We're missing one. Dust Brother, Julian, I need an initiative.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, sorry.
Gotta click your token, and
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
be
yeah.
highlighting. I'm gonna highlight some of the art for our viewers out there.
Love
So there's
it.
our Inferno Cat.
Schnitzel.
Here's
Sorry.
our Dust Brother. We're waiting for Julian to get that. I think he's scared after he got demolished last round.
The pressure. The pressure.
I just want to get the cat in that case when I see that big one. Fun fact, the cat is named Schnitzel.
So click your token,
Oh,
and
there
then
we go.
underneath there we go.
I didn't name it.
Alex, I think you were first last round, and you were first this round again with the Oxatateo. What would you
Yes.
like to do?
Well, let me see their movement speed and put them into their square first.
All right, so be ready. Be ready with your turn. Start thinking about your actions as we're
Is
going
the
forward.
second one even grabbable to me?
They
I can
should
grab the
be.
first one.
You can grab the first one, but not the second one. Let me get rid of that second one,
Yes.
and I will get you another one.
Yeah. Maybe it's on the map layer?
We will kill that guy, and I will just copy and paste this one, and now you should be able to move them both.
Perfect. Thank
But
you.
where are you going to move them to?
Okay. That will be a good question, but I actually have already decided. But yeah. It's going to double move to the clam.
All right. We have
And
learned
the other
from
one
past
is moving just there too.
battle experience that you don't sit around and wait. You need to get to an enemy because you don't know what they got. And Barbshell Clam, we've got incoming. Dust Brother, it is your turn.
Also, I don't attack a thing on fire first. Let's get wet.
What did you say, Alex? Something's on fire?
Yes, the cat down there is on fire. So I think I'm going to the thing in the water first, so I don't burn as badly.
I gotcha. Yeah, that fire
Added
cat.
strategy, I say.
I'm going to do a double move, which is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Moving towards the cat.
All right, we've got action coming on. Liv, there is a pile of dust, a humanoid dust figure swirling and moving towards you. Perhaps he wants to be friends.
So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna move up. Gotta do this. Yep, I can get there, no problem. And then I'm gonna start swinging with some claw attacks.
All right, you were going to get a +1 because we had Bob's bonus that I didn't put into effect last time. So your first attack here, we had Bob's bonus, a +1 to whoever attacks Julian first.
Nice. I will gladly take it.
Oh, and I get Matt.
So
we got to roll a d5 to see how attacks against me are affected.
all right, so Liv, just that ×2 there, you're actually going to hit that. So one claw is 2 quick repetitive swipes. And Julian, tell us about this D5 that we need to roll.
It is at the beginning. Sorry, I mean we can not do this round because it's kind of a tap back. My apologies. But at the beginning of each round, you roll 1d5, and all attacks against the Dust Brother are reduced by the number of steps on the die chain equal to the result.
That would have been an innate ability, so go ahead and roll me a d5. There aren't any funky dice, so let's see. I can give you. Let me just add a attack in here, and then that will be a d5 for defense. So I put an attack in there for under your ranged attack. Just click that, and it'll roll a d5 to attack. Got it? You might need to close the sheet out and then open it back up until you see it. Liv, give me that second attack, though. Oh, let's see. Well, is that reduced by all attacks? Reduced by the number of dice stage. All right, so before you attack, we need to figure out what this is. Do you see the range attack that says defense, Julian?
Yeah, let me go in here to do that. D5. Okay, got it. Boom.
Just click on that monster range attack button.
Yep.
All right. So reduced by 2 steps on the dice chain. So you're actually going to be rolling D14s to hit the Dust Brother, Liv.
Okay.
If you could change right on your attacks right there, your swipes. You're at a D14 anyway.
No, I just moved it to that.
Oh, okay. All right, so give me a couple swipes. So those
That
2
first
swipes
one
count
does
as
not
1
happen.
action.
Okay. Still with the +1.
Yep.
Oh,
right.
still hit me. Ouchies.
Ouch, yep. And so with the first action die I use, I get to roll this again?
So whenever you do a claw attack, it's a quick successive, like a you know how a cat is like smacking you, patting you away. So that one action, claw times 2, you hit the attack button twice, and that counts as 1 action.
Okay, and then if the second one hits, does that trigger rend?
That will trigger if you get 2
Or I have to do
attacks.
a second action die spend?
If you get both claw attacks in the same round, that is the rend. Yes, correct.
And so then, just to make sure I'm following this correctly, if I do that and then I get the rend off, I still have an action die left that I could do another attack.
That is correct, because the
Awesome.
rend
All
is
right.
a bonus on top of that action.
But
yeah.
do I no longer? Do I still have the +1 to this first set of claw attacks? Okay.
It was only for the first strike.
Okay. Oh.
All right. So that is 20 points of damage right off the bat.
And then it does rend, so it's another D10 damage.
Another D10, please. So once those 2 claw strikes, those quick little bats strike, the Inferno Cat has a rend ability that does an extra D10 on top of that.
Sorry, my mouse got real quick, so it's just the 1, not the 2.
Those were 2 big, huge max damage hits. So you're going to take 21 points total, Dust Brother. And you need to roll higher on that D5 next time.
No kidding. Like way higher.
All right.
And then I still have 1 more action die?
If you have 2 actions, you still have 1
do.
more action die.
Well, then I will bite. This is going to be at a D14 still. Is a 14 hit?
Yes.
Ooh. 11 more.
All right. I think you said miss, right?
Miss.
Oh, miss. Oh, sorry.
All right. That is going to be a miss. So you know you need higher than a 14.
Good to know.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right. Barbshell Clam, Trevor, it is your turn. You hear some heated roaring down to the south. As the Inferno Cat's fiery claws rip through this dust devil.
By the way, should I change the crit range of my other attack to 24? Of that?
Should you change the crit range to 24?
Yes, because otherwise it crits at a 20 instead of a 24.
What ability are you talking about?
Claws half dead.
Claws half dead. No, it would be 20 and 24. So let's see. So you'll keep your existing 20, and then if you roll 24, it'll light up as a max, and we'll count that as a crit as well.
Okay.
All right, Trevor, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm going to, since it seems to be the theme of the night, I'm going to excrete some clam juices, and then I'm going to whip out 2 of these harpoons, because I take it, okay, so I have 2 action dice, so I take it I can do 1 harpoon per action dice, is that right?
That is correct.
And I have 3 in total. Okay, just making sure that's clear. So we're going to whip out 1 of these harpoons at the closest offender and see if we can make some pearls.
So the clam's mouth, huge gaping maw, opens up, and you see this barb poking right at you, Oxchatateo. Does a 14 hit you?
A 14 does not hit me.
The first one sails wide past the Oxchatateo.
Well, let's see if we can do something better here on the second one. Same attack or same target.
Okay.
That's a dirty 20.
Does hit.
All right, so this harpoon spears you through the chest, exploding out of your back. What happens next, Trevor?
Any creature hit by the harpoon is grappled and must succeed at a DC 16 strength check as an action on the victim's initiative to escape.
All right, so you will have to succeed on a DC 16 strength check to get away. And did you want to move at all, Trevor?
No, I'm just going to kind of nestle into my spot here.
All right, Akshatateo, it is your turn. Your southern guy has a barb sticking out of his chest.
Okay. The question is, how much is my strength bonus for that?
It would be a fortitude save, so it would be a +9. You've got a +9 on your fortitude save. You've got to beat a 16. You do not do it. That is a fumble. Yeah, you are grappled, and the southern guy can do nothing.
Well, then it's up to the northern guy. You said those things can be severed?
They can. So there's a thin strand coming from the bottom of the harpoon, and it's almost like that muck thrasher that you've seen before. It's a strand coming off, leading into the clam.
Well, these undead strike me as not as stupid as they usually are with their will save, I guess. So I think he would attack the strand, or try to at least.
He can see the connective strand in his buddy's chest into the clam.
First, let's see, 17.
That's a hit.
17 is going to hit, but that is not enough to sever the thing. It has its own hit points. It has 15 hit points, and so
attack.
even with your 8, it's got 7 left.
I have 2 action dice.
All right.
There is a question I have. I'm never sure. If you have 2 action dice, can you move 3 times? I don't think so.
No.
Yep, that wouldn't make sense. Thank you.
A 20 is going to hit as well, but it does not sever the strand. With 2 hit points left, the strand remains connected. Now, this damage does not hurt the barb shell clam at all. It is only hurting the fleshy appendage that you are trying to sever. So the draining effect isn't really connected to the clam prime at all. So that will not take effect. You have attacked. Did you want to move at all? Your northern guy, did you want to move? Alex?
No.
I didn't think so, but I need to ask. You are in melee, so that would be possibly a mistake on your part, but I do need to ask. Julian, it is your turn. This cat has just swiped through you. Can you roll me a d5, please?
Yeah. Here we go on the D5. Come on, baby.
All right. All attacks on you are going to be reduced by 1 die.
Oh, come on. Well, I am going to have to take a chance here and step back a good about 10 feet. Is that 10 feet? Looks to be 10 feet.
That is about 10 feet. As soon as you leave melee, you are going to incur a opportunity attack unless you have some ability that says otherwise.
Well, I do collapse into a patch of inert dust whenever there are no foes within 10 feet of it, but as I read it, I'm probably going to get attacked as I leave. Before
you would be correct.
So
it will be only 1 attack though. So Liv, if you would like to take a withdrawal attack, you may.
That's at a 1 down on the chain.
That would be at a D16. So the Dust Brother, as you guys can see, viewers,
Miss.
the
Ooh,
Dust Brother
he's
has some
clean.
outstanding potential defenses. So, Julian, you have successfully retreated 10 feet back. What is your plan now?
Well, I still have an attack, so I'm going to throw my spear.
All right.
Look out, world. Here comes a gigantic spear. Oh, that's going to hit.
24 is definitely going to hit, and a dust-like spear pierces into your haunch, your huge back, Liv, for 5 points of damage, merely scratching you. And as it does so, as the spear pierces into your flesh, it almost kind of dematerializes as if it's made out of ash. It just blows away, and you see it reform in the Dust Brothers' hand. And Julian, are you collapsing into dust form?
Yes.
All right. As an ability, tell us what that does.
So, while in the form immune to all damage, movement is halved and indistinguishable from a normal pile of dust, except the wind will not disperse it. It has some water weakness, and I can exit or assume the dust form in place of moving at normal speed and can attack the same round I change form, which obviously I just did.
You can exit and assume the dust form in place of moving your normal speed. I'm going to say you can't take dust form this time because you have moved first and then assumed the
Well, no, it says
position.
the first sentence of that is a dust brother collapses into a patch of inert dust whenever there are no foes within 10 feet of it.
Right, so you had to take your movement first before there were no foes. So before the criteria to become dust form, you had to take your movement, which is it's normal, placing your moved at your normal speed. So you can't do that because you've already used it. See what I'm saying? It says it's got to be in place of your movement.
Well, that's what it's saying at the end of the description. At the beginning, it just says, I collapse into a patch of inert dust whenever there are no foes within 10 feet of it.
It does say that, but it further explains later on that it has to be in place of your movement. So we find out more clarification at the end. So I'm going to have to say you are in regular form. Inferno Cat, Liv, it is your turn.
Okay, so, and just at a D16, so yeah.
Sorry, deal with my own Inferno Cat. Do I want to go after you, or let's get a full-on rumble going?
Chat, that's no shame on Julian. You know, he's getting old. His eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, it happens to all of us. Don't be too hard on him. And they just got these characters as well.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna back away from this dust brother for a little bit, and I'm gonna move up towards here.
Knowing that the Dust Brother is so difficult to bite onto and really doesn't taste good, just being all dust.
Yeah.
You seek out some possible different targets that might be a little tastier.
I'm gonna retch up all of my little corrosive bile in a 30-foot line.
All right. Did you have to double move to get there?
I did not. I have 50 feet of movement. This thing is lightning fast.
All right, the Inferno Cat with 50 feet of movement clears across the arena and belches a flaming gout of fire from its mouth.
So it's gonna be three. Oh, I guess
I've got a ranged attack there for you, Liv. Although it's ability,
so just okay. So we're not gonna take the to hit.
Yeah, we're not gonna take the attack roll, but that'll roll your damage for you. Oh my gosh! Both Joxotateos, I need a reflex save, or you're going to take 28 points of damage.
Wow.
I'm gonna rule. Hold on. The Joxotateo in the south is grappled, so it cannot move. It cannot make a reflex save.
Okay.
So it's going to take 28 points of damage and be instantly incinerated because it can't get away. It's held. It has to be the grapple to be able to move, right? So one
But it would destroy the
Joxotateo.
appendage too, right?
It also destroys the appendage. The appendage only had 2 hit points left.
So
So
he
that
has only
appendage
2.
is gone. So there is only 2 spears left in the clam. Now, the reflex save for the other Jatatateo is successful. So that is 14 points of damage on the other one. And Trevor, can you make me a DC 16 reflex save with the Barb Shell Clam, please? Wow, that is some serious damage. And Trevor, unless there is some assistance from any audience members that might still be awake, is going to be down to 4 hit points as the clam still has its mouth open and flames engulf the inner clams and just blow over the back of the shelf. Well played, Inferno Cat.
Nasty cat. Bad
Is
cat.
Is it
very
a
nasty
1
kitty.
per battle ability or
It does not specify.
that is
If
insane?
these are 8 hit die creatures, so if it does not specify, then that means it's just an ability they can use, you know?
And then this is something I've always kind of like it very rarely comes up, but with the extra action deck, can I now use that to move again and like move further away from everybody? Or do I?
So no.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. Well, first you can't move and then attack and then move. You can't break up your action,
Gotcha. Just
even
wanted
though
to make
you
sure.
have 2. You can double move as one of your actions. We
Well,
really
then,
need to cover that on Raw.
If
Yeah.
this is not a once per ability, can I throw some more burning bile that way?
No, because that'll kill everybody too fast. Live. You're a cat. Play with your food.
Yeah.
Matt, I just saw in the chat that Jen, thank you, Jen, threw in some points for a reroll for the clam.
All right. Okay. Was it a reroll or did she give you bonus points?
She threw in 1,000 points for a reroll.
All right. Well, let's see what that reroll is.
What is the target?
16.
So I need the crit. Here it comes. No.
Why are you rolling a D16?
You told me to. You said give me a D16.
No. I said
D16.
D16 reflex save. Oh,
Well,
roll me 2D. Yeah, roll a 20. I didn't even notice you rolled a 16 the first time.
I heard
So,
D16.
oh, roll your reflex save button on your character sheet.
Okay.
I meant
It's a-
DC 16.
Yeah, it's a +0, so that's why I was just doing it in
Okay.
the roller. Here we go. 7.
All
So
right, so
in
you
the
got
end,
one reroll. So go ahead and use your reroll because I'm not counting anything above that. The 18 doesn't count because you'd be successful. So go ahead and use your reroll.
this is too many chances.
I like it on the sheet so that way
Nope.
you can see it. All right, so there you go.
Nope. I
So,
didn't have any of that
unsuccessful.
Julian Burnick luck.
Clams are
Taking all the
not known
damage.
for their great luck and their great reflexes either. So
All right, Trevor, it is your turn though.
Oh,
Wait, Inferno Cat, you have one more action. Is that correct?
Right, but I'm not within range to do anything, so I am done. Thank you for asking.
Understood. All right, Trevor, it is now your turn.
Okay, I'm a smoking clam now.
There is steam coming off your shell.
Okay, I'm gonna throw one harpoon at this guy next to me because I don't know how to chatateo. How's that?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Achatateo.
Ended.
Well,
You're not.
helped by the pronunciation from Judge Eric Young in the chat.
Did he give you good? Did he give us a pronunciation? Outstanding.
Hachatateo.
That's what I
Apparently,
was saying, right? Achatateo. I
where
think
did
that's
I
what I
see
said.
that? Where did I see
Chatateo.
that?
All right.
Somebody
Well,
says
give
it
us an
rhymes with
attack.
hot potato. Okay, I'm looking for the attack button. There it
You're
is. Here
not
it
gonna.
comes.
You're not gonna gang up on the bigger threat, huh? All right.
Right now,
I
they're
was,
both bigger
but I'm
threats to
getting
me.
paralyzed right now.
All right. Let's see it.
Oh, it only hits an armor
10.
class of 10.
10 is gonna miss. Any other actions? You got one more spear.
Yes, and I'm going to launch it at the cat.
Okay.
See if we can grapple this cat. Come on, crit. Yes, armor class
Ooh.
24.
That
Rolled a
24 is gonna
19.
hit. The cat is tough to hit, but that 24 does strike. So this spear shoots out of the barbed shell clam and thunks into your hide, Inferno Cat. You are going to have to make a DC 16 reflex save. You are currently grappled. All right, so that will happen on your turn.
Yeah, on their next turn.
Do you want to move at all, Clam?
Sure, I'll move my full movement range of 10 feet.
All right. Were
Just
you engaged in melee with the Achatateo?
It was attacking my tongue, so does that count?
That does not count. That is a separate thing, so you can move away for free.
Okay.
Achatateo, it is your turn.
Okay. Does the grapple has a positive advantage on my attacking the thing?
+2.
Great. Then I will add that for now into the calculation.
Achatate, I mean, Inferno Cat, after incinerating half your enemies, it appears they have taken notice.
Yes.
Ooh. That is very close to a crit. 5 points of damage. And what is this draining claw attack, Achatateo?
Well, it doesn't matter since I have to hit with both, right?
What happens when you hit with both? What is that
When
ability?
I hit with both, the creature has to make a DC 12 will save or lose 1d4 points of its strength, and I gain 1d4 points of temporary hit points. Which means this is a downward spiral for the enemy if I hit twice.
That is true. And keep an eye on your attacks, Achatateo, because you are actually under half. So that triggers an ability.
Well, would have been nice to know that I was under half. Yeah.
I told you how much damage you took. You know how many hit points you got. Dust Brother, it is your turn.
Next time I will know if there is a next time.
Dust Brother is going to. Well, actually, first, I guess we have to roll my d5 because you never
Yes,
really
please.
know. So let's just do it. Oh, now. Sure, now I get a 4. Well, anyway, we'll put that one in the bank. I am going to go into my dust form, and my movement is halved, and I'm gonna start making my. Well, let's see. Actually, you know what? just for fun, I'm gonna take a spear shot at the cat.
All right.
I can throw the spear up to 90 feet.
That will reach the cat.
Yeah, actually, I think. Oh yeah. So I'm going to actually in place. Wait, I have to do my collapse in place of normal movement. So yeah, I'm just gonna take a D16. So it's a D16 at long range, right?
It is a D16 at long range, but from the very front of your token to the end of the Inferno Cat's token is 60 feet. So that will be medium range.
Oh, okay. So that's just a -2, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll put an extra -2 on here. And off we go. Oh, it hit a 19 if that hits.
Inferno Cat does a 19 hit.
That will hit.
A spear flies through the air and sticks in your haunch. And this one hurts a lot more than the last one did before it fades into dust.
And I will collapse now into dust as well.
All right. And you said you were going to move half your rate? Did you already do that?
You know what? I'm gonna stay right here. That wasn't so bad. I think I'm gonna actually. No, I think I will move up and try to get in.
Inferno Cat, it looks like the entire Colosseum might be ganging up on you.
They
You
noticed.
are grappled is the first thing we need to handle. The barb shell clam, to break it, you need a D16 fortitude check, please.
You did it again. DC 16.
DC 16 fortitude save. Saying I did it again assumes that I did it the first time.
Well, we can go back.
So this means what then?
This means you failed. You do have a second action that you can use to try to break this save.
But
Then you will be.
If I choose not to attempt that, what can I do with my action? So can I do this attack from my position here, or
No.
my only option is to try to break this?
Yeah, you are grappled, so you can do nothing else.
So I could have done a second thing earlier too. Okay.
Gosh.
All right, so you are unable to break free of this barb that is sticking out of your haunch. You've been poked and prodded like a pincushion. Are there any of the fans out there willing to give the Inferno Cat a reroll? I mean, 3 on 1. Someone, please.
Hey.
Please don't.
Did you get one? Tell me if you get one, because I'm gonna move on to the Barb Show clan.
I'm seeing
Yeah,
one.
looks like Kanan gave one.
All right, there you go. Liv, you've got a second chance. EC
There we
16.
go.
Oh, brutal.
Saved by Kanan.
You charge up on your hind legs and tear it out of your chest as fiery blood explodes on the ground as you rip this thing from you. Now you have a movement action. You've already expended your 2 actions.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to move? You are in melee with the Achatateo.
Let's see, what were these things doing before? Ooh. No, I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
All right, Barb Shell Clam, it is your turn.
Too bad. Okay, we're gonna lash out with because that doesn't destroy the harpoon, is that right?
It does not destroy the harpoon. It just breaks free. Someone actually attack it. Now, the one thing I will say is on the monster for the Barb Shell Clam, it doesn't say that there's a retraction time. It says, as an action, you can reel the harpoon in the next round. Yeah, so I'm going to have to say you have to reel your harpoons in. So I gave you an extra harpoon last round, but that is an action, reeling your harpoon in, because you have to reel a victim in if it's attached. So
But that's implying, but a victim is fighting the reel.
That is true, but how it doesn't say how fast you can retract these in. It just got yanked from you, so it's laying, flaccid on the ground. This one is going to take an action to retract.
Okay.
You have one
So
primed and ready.
I'm going to lash out with the other one at the cat again.
Okay.
And that's a 23.
Damn. Liv, just as you got free, a second one right through your kind of like shin, embedding through the bone of your fiery forearm, and you feel it shatter bone underneath. That cat is grappled. What do you want to do with your other action?
I don't think. Oh, right. Well, my other action can be to reel that cat in.
That's true.
So I have a question here. It says it can reel a harpoon victim in 25 feet per round. 2 consecutive failed strength checks result in being pulled automatically into the crushing maw.
Correct. So if you say
But
you're going to try to...
the cat is within 25 feet. Does it just go automatically in, or does it still have to do the 2 failed strength checks?
If you say you're going to reel it in, Liv will need to make a DC 13 strength check. If Liv fails that check, she will be reeled in 25 feet into the clam's mouth. Are you going to reel Liv in?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm going to hope that now the cat's a standing target. So I'm
You
going to
have
pass.
an action. Do you want to use your other action to reel your flaccid harpoon?
Yes, I will do that.
Done. And do you want to move at all?
No.
All right. Achatateo, it is your turn. The Inferno Cat has been harpooned. And
Well, I still take with the +2 from the harpooning, and this time using the right attack.
You are under half hit points.
Yes.
What happens when you're under half?
Well, I go 1 dice up the chain, and I get an additional D18 to my claw attack. So I get more dangerous the weaker I get. The closer to death, the more empowered I become.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness! Holy cow! I almost cursed on the stream. That is a critical hit on the undead crit chart.
With a 7.
A 7 supernatural frost spreads out from the wound in a lacy web. So as you slash at this thing, it just begins to crystallize and freeze, the heat turning black, the red fire, the red embers from the Inferno Cat cooling in a lacy web of ice, causing additional 1d8 damage and intense pain. The frost dissipates on the next round, but until the next full moon, the PC takes an extra point of damage from all cold-based attacks. So an extra 1d8 of damage, more thematic.
Right.
Roll low because it's doubled.
3.
So it's become 6.
Why is it doubled?
Because I'm made of fire and I take double damage from cold.
Got it. All right, so let's see. Did it say it was cold damage? Yeah, it did say frosty. So that's going to be 6 plus 6 is 12. Is that the end of your actions?
No, I still have a second attack.
Half dead. This could be the one.
Sadly, I think not.
Inferno Cat does 15 misses. You cannot get that bonus. Get that extra HP.
My luck.
The Inferno Cat is still fighting. And this could be just the opportunity someone needs to sneak in here and win the day. Yachatateo, would you like to move? Alex, do you want to move?
No. I think I stand my ground.
Dust Brother, it is your turn.
I I think I had the right idea the first time, so I'm gonna first of all, just for fun, we're gonna see what my defense thing is gonna be. So, oh yeah, sure. Now 5 die steps down. So that's great. Okay, and then I am at 60 feet, which I like just fine. So I am gonna do that same thing again. I'll take a -2 and target Inferno Cat with my spear. Oh, heck.
Oh my god. Why is everyone beating up and critting on the poor Inferno Cat?
I think it was the flame breath that did it.
Yeah, that might have been it's 23 to hit. That is going to be 8 points of damage and a 13 on crit table 4.
Oh shit.
Hammering strike to the torso crushes lesser organs into paste. Inflict an extra 2d12 with this strike.
Smoke.
Oh, your spear launches right into the underbelly, the back underbelly of the Inferno Cat. Julian, I need an extra 2d points of damage. 2d12.
What's the how do I could just roll on the
Yeah,
die.
go over to the left where that little dice is.
There you go.
14 plus 8 is going to be 22 points of damage. And as your spear pierces into the appendix and stomach of the Inferno Cat, it almost rips the bottom of the intestines out, the soft underbelly of the Inferno Cat. Flame is dripping down to the ground as the Inferno Cat howls in pain. Inferno Cat, you're barely alive, but you are alive. You're grappled. What are you going to do?
Hey, I used my movement to collapse into dust.
Got it. Liv. You are muted.
Sorry about that. So I guess I have to attempt to break the grapple, which I'm assuming the 14 doesn't, because I think it was a 16, right?
Gotta get a 16. Yes. 20 breaks the grapple. Would you like to move?
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna run away from everybody.
All right, Achatateo.
Yes,
the Inferno Cat quickly tries to escape. You are in melee. Would you like to take a withdrawal attack?
Yes.
Take your attack, please. Liv, does a 14 hit?
It does not.
You escape, running as fast as you can, finally free of these silly probes, these spears that are firing at you from every which way. Armshell Clam, your target has run. Your spear is extracted on the ground. You have one of them primed and ready. What would you like to do? A more astute observer would say that Dust Brother is just sitting back there picking you all off.
But unfortunately, the Dust Brother has turned back into dust, so they're not really a target.
That is true. That is true.
Well, then I guess I'm going to turn on my allies and lash out. Oh, I'm going to reel in. One action will be to reel in that harpoon.
Okay.
And my other action will be to attack those closest to me.
All right, give me a shot. There's no honor amongst thieves, Achatateo. Alex, he's turned on you as
Sorry,
a spear
Alex.
explodes out of your ass.
I always yes.
It wasn't.
I think it was the Mexican food yesterday.
I saved the ass for last. So this spear slams into your butt cheek, just jerking your back forward, almost throwing your back out, and you are grappled.
Good news
Clam,
is
would you?
I don't feel pain.
Clam, would you like to move?
No, I'm fine where I am.
All right, Achatateo, it is your turn. To do anything, you will have to break the grapple.
Reflex?
A DC 16 Fortitude save, I believe.
Okay.
You tear, you turn around at your once temporary companion and rip this probe, this spike out of your chest, your ass. Sorry, not your chest, and slam it onto the ground. What would you like to do next?
Do I get both of my actions?
No,
Action die?
one of your actions was to get free.
Okay. Well, can I charge at that thing if I have the right angle? 40
Do you have at least half your
15
movement?
feet. Yes.
Yes, you
I
can charge.
scream and echo out loud, angry at the betrayal that is of a temporary alliance which had never had any chance of lasting.
+2 to your attack.
Fear the claw.
And
or
I
not.
don't. 13 Clam. Does the 13 hit?
It does not. I fear no claw.
All right, Dust Brother. It seems the battle has spread out. You're wondering if you are going to have to get up close and personal to finish this off. What are you going to do?
All right, I'm rolling my defense first here. Got to do that first things. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to reform, and I'm going to take my spear shot at Sokatala cha-cha-cha. So it's going to be -2 on that guy. Let's go.
Once you get the hang of it, it just kind of rolls off the tongue. Achatateo.
It's like Bubbles, right?
How about a
DC 18?
18 is going to hit the Achatateo for 4 points of damage as a dust spear flies through the air, piercing your left bicep. Achatateo, let's do a recap here because I don't think anybody remembers. The Clam is at 4 HP. The Achatateo is at HAP. The Inferno Cat is at 3 HP, and the Dust Brother is at 25 HP. 23. This could be anyone's game, but who's everyone betting on in the chat? Who's the favorite? Dust Brother, do you want to move at all?
No.
All right, Inferno Cat, it is your turn.
Make sure I'm not muted this time.
What to do? What to do?
So if I was go there. So for my movement, I'm gonna move up here. Yeah. That should be good. And then I will use my first action die to get an additional movement and use it to pounce, which is a charge attack.
Tell us about the pounce.
So, if an Inferno Cat charges a creature and then succeeds on a claw attack, the target is knocked prone. They can DC 16 reflex to negate the prone, and then I get a free bite attack at +1d against the prone target.
All right. Are you going to pay back the Achatateo, or are you going to pay back that Clam?
I think the Achatateo, because it's a little bit more threatening.
All right. The Inferno Cat licking its wounds over by the wall As soon as you turn your back, Achatateo, it seems whenever you turn around, something is sneaking up behind you, cowardly trying to kill you. Liv, give us that pounce attack.
There we go.
Hit.
Oh, yeah.
A 23 is going to hit the Achatateo for 7 points of damage. Achatateo is still alive with 1 HP.
I get my
So,
free bite. Or no,
you,
if it doesn't
well,
go, if it
give
does, if
me,
it goes prone. That's right. That's right.
give me a reflex save, please, Achatateo, and you have to get a DC 16.
Ah, damn.
I already did
All right.
it.
So this cat slams into your back and it almost shoves you right into the clam. Just as you're falling on one knee, pushing yourself up, you see its mouth just snap right at your face, and you're just barely move out of the way, but you can feel the heat burning on your cheek. Inferno Cat is at the end of your turn.
So maybe, but depends on how this gets resolved with this attack. Does because the pounce uses the claw attack, does that get the second swipe of the claw attack?
The pounce is part of an action. So let's see. Inferno Cat charges a creature and then it succeeds on the claw attack. So that claw attack is an action.
Okay, so then no.
No,
Okay.
you're not done with your turn, or yes, you
Or
are.
if I do not get the second swipe of the claw attack, then I am done.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because the claw is automatically a 2.
Right.
All right, hold on one second. And then succeeds on a claw attack. Yeah, when the claw attack is 2, it's a ta-ta, ta-ta.
Yeah.
So yeah, you should always roll 2 hits with that.
Okay, so then is that using the pounce profile again, or just the regular claw profile?
It is going to be. I'm going to rule that the second one is a regular claw profile. Okay. So the pounce is a +2 on that action.
Oh, it's a crit though.
Doesn't matter. Crit. 8 points of damage into the Achatateo. Da-da! And the second one, the Inferno Cat's claws, the fiery claws just rake down your face, searing into your chest. As a 12 on the monster crit table is... let's see. I mean, rips all the way down to your body. The claws embed into your kneecap, and as it pulls its claws, retracts back, your kneecap pops out of your knee, exploding in a huge amount of pain that you can't feel because you're undead, but you collapse to the ground and die.
Well, that's the end of me.
It was a valiant effort.
Farewell.
Well played.
cruel
Well
world.
played. Dust Brother, I accidentally just deleted your what was
I'm
your
likely
initiative?
not far
Do you remember?
behind you though, so.
But suddenly the ground opens in that roll.
I got reckless there, so I reduced my AC, and I am hurt.
I think my initiative was 12, if I recall.
All right, Inferno Barbshell Clam, it is your turn.
So I have a question. So I can do the crush once I have somebody grappled and pull them into my mouth.
Correct.
It doesn't say anything. My movement is 10. Is it possible to lunge at something and basically swallow them without harpooning them first?
Lunge as a clam? I mean, can you
Well,
really
I
lunge?
mean, no, but
10 feet movement is 10 feet movement.
10 feet movement's pretty good for a clam.
Well, I mean, you're right there in melee range anyway, right? Do you have to?
Yeah, it's right beside me. Can I just kind of like...
It says once pulled into the gaping maw. So because it says the word pulled, it has to be pulled.
Okay. That's something we should take up with the designer. So I have one harpoon that I have to reel in, but I'm not going to do that yet. My first action is to see if I can grapple this cat with another harpoon.
All right. Cat has been grappled before, but not this time.
Not this
the
time.
Inferno Cat is aware of your dirty, dastardly tricks and quickly, nimbly leaps out of the way, barely hanging on to life, wheezing, but still fighting. What are you going to do with your second action? Both your
Reel in
spears are
my
laying flaccid on the
yeah.
ground.
I'm going to reel in one of the spears. Oh, wait a minute.
Done.
Hold on.
Oh,
Just like
reroll for Trevor.
Kanan's playing both sides of the field.
Excellent. Reroll that pneumatic harpoon.
Okay, give me some of that crit luck that you guys have been enjoying.
That's pretty close.
23.
23 is going to spear into the cat once more. So this is actually your first action now. Thunk! Again, you are speared, Liv. What are you doing with your second action?
I already spent that.
Not
Oh,
any
right.
kind of penalty for being adjacent with a range attack?
No, because it's a pneumatic spear shooting. He's not really adjacent because it's inside the clam's mouth, so he has a little room there.
Second attack is to, let's reel this thing in. So harpoon victim can be reeled in 25 feet per round. DC 13 strength check resists.
Liv, can you please give me a fortitude save? DC 13. That is not going to be enough. And you are yanked. I mean, just as quickly as it pierces your hide, thunk, it just instantly jerks back and pulls you into its maw. The clams closing the light and encasing you in darkness almost. So let's see. Once it's pulled in the clam's maw, the creature suffers an automatic 3d6 each round. DC 16 to escape. All actions suffering a -1 penalty. Alright, the creature suffers an automatic 3d16 each round. Does that mean right now when you get pulled in? Or does that mean on the next round? Well,
That's
it's
a
going to
good
be...
question.
It's the next round anyway. So, Julian, please roll me your d5.
Yeah.
The next round starts, so Trevor, please roll me 3d6.
And it wouldn't occur on my turn?
Creature suffers an automatic 3d6 damage each round. Once pulled into the gaping maw, you are pulled into the gaping maw. That is a round that it happened. I think it happens immediately. I think it says the word automatic. Give me a 3d6 roll, please.
I'm dead. I have 3 HP. It's
the barb shell clam's jaws close on you, crushing the Inferno Cat over and over, beating it until it doesn't move anymore. The Inferno Cat lifts a paw, trying to scrape its way out, and the Inferno Cat is consumed. Well fought, Liv. Well fought.
I think you should let me use that burning bile attack twice, but hey.
Well, it happens.
I'm joking. It's fine.
I'm making
I had a lot of
judgments on the fly. Dust Brother, you've got a -2. You threw a spear, and 11 is not going to hit. Let's finish this battle.
That's true.
What's going to happen?
I believe I had to reform this round, so I'm still solid after my attack, but at -2 dice to hit me.
All right. Barshell Clam?
Well, I'm going to chew a bit and reel in my other harpoon.
Done.
So that's one action. And...
Well, I think you got to reel in both of them. Because one was already flaccid, and then you shot Liv, and, well, when you jerked her in,
then
it reeled her in. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
I reeled it in, so...
So both of them are retracted.
Well, I guess if I don't move, we're probably just going to sit here looking at each other for eternity. So I'm going to move my 10 feet, and that's my action.
Dust Brother, it is your turn. You just saw this clam chomp on a cat.
Well, it's just fine. I don't know if he went toward me. Well, no. You know what? I'm gonna be dust this round anyway, so it's okay. So new round. My defense protection is two dice down, and my spear attack is gonna be still at -2 range. Is gonna be really garbage. Oh, a fumble, no less. That's
The
not.
gods are not pleased with you hiding in the back. A 3 on the fumble table. The monster damages one of its natural weapons, resulting in a -2 penalty for the remainder of the fight.
Jeez. All right.
Bad luck.
Barbshell Clam, there is a chance. What are you going to do, Julian? Are you moving at all?
Oh no. Nah. I am dissolving this run.
All right, Barbshell Clam, your action.
So when the Dust Brother is just dust, there's nothing for me to attack, is there?
No.
Constant flurry of shifting sand. He is resistant to indistinguishable from a pile of dust, except that wind will not disperse it. He can be damaged by water in that form. He can exit or assume dust form in place of moving into normal speed, and can attack in the same round it changes form. So it has to change form to attack. Julian, I've been letting you attack every round. You have to change form and then attack, and then wait until the next round to attack and then change form. So you would have got it right, but do it in that order.
We flubbed a little bit which I was probably, but it didn't end up making any difference.
It's an inert dust. I mean, you could like move your clam on top of him, and then maybe he wouldn't be able to form. I don't know.
The way I would read it is, at least unless he could do something to the dust itself. Basically, I'm going to keep attacking him, and he's going to get a shot at me once every 2 rounds.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. Trevor, does it make sense to you?
Yep.
All right. What are you doing? Currently, he is dust.
Currently, he's dust. So
there's nothing to attack.
I think the real question is your range better than my regular spear range?
I would double move to get closer.
So I'm going to move. So that's one move.
And the battle royal finishes with the clan fighting a pile of dust.
And neither of them is moving.
Neither of them barely move.
Hey, if we rest a day, I can grow one of those tentacles back.
Right?
All right.
All right.
Okay, let me see.
Is that the end of your turn?
No, I'm gonna double move. So I'm within 25 feet, I think.
There you go.
We gotta finish this up. Elena needs to go to bed. Barbshell Clam, what are you gonna do? I mean, Dust Brother, it is your turn.
Oh, here's my spear shot. Sorry, that misses.
So, roll your D5 for defense.
Right. 4 -4 dice on that sucker.
All right, your spear shot. You already took it, right?
Yep, and I'm reformed, but I'm at -4 dice now.
All right, so you will be attacking. You'll have to change your attacks on the clam right there. Trevor, if you look at your D20 attack dice, you can go down D16, 14, 12. You'd be attacking at a D10 currently.
Ouch.
But he is formed. Standing in front of you. What are you going to do? All you need is one good hit.
Well, I've got 2 harpoons, so I'm going to try to hit. So I'm at a D10? Wow.
D10, four down on the damage. You need a 15 to be successful.
Well, then I need to get a 10 because I got a +5 on the to hit. So here's the first one.
Oh, if the fans give a +1, Trevor, you need to appeal to your audience.
Tony paid it up.
All right, that is
Hold
a
on.
hit.
And 2 more buffs, apparently.
Well, we don't need those
Unless
yet.
they're buffing, unless they're buffing Julian. So
So the 15 strikes the Dust Brother as this clam pierces like a thorn shooting out from a rose, pierces through the dust, and just the vibration of the inner clam, it's almost like a humming, like that is preventing you from going into dust form, Julian. This humming is reverberating through the coil that's attached to the clam. And you're going to need to break that before you can do anything. Clam, do you have any more actions? Is that the end of your turn?
no, that was my first action. So my
What are you
second
doing
action,
with your second?
that would be to reel it in. Let's make some pearls.
All right, let's make some pearls. Let's see what happens. Julian, I need a DC 13 Fortitude save, please. The action is picking up.
No.
Is somebody going to give him a reroll?
He can't form into dust. The
Ghosty Squid gives him a reroll.
Julian, try one more time. As the
here we go on the reroll.
It's pulling you in.
That breaks it.
All right.
Nice.
All right.
That does break it.
All right.
Okay. So, Dust Brother, that was your action, getting free of that. Do you have another action?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna go. First of all, it's a new round, right? So we gotta roll my d5. So I'm -2 on the dice this time.
Okay.
And I don't have an action to attack with. No.
All right.
But I do have a move action left.
You do have a move action left, and the clam is not within 10 feet of you.
So I will turn into dust.
All right, done.
So question there on because of the character stats there, Matt. The DC 13 was to resist being pulled in, right?
DC 13 strength check resists. That is correct. So
that was resisted being pulled in, but does that mean he's still grappled?
DC 16 strength to break it. Yeah, that is correct. I have misplayed that. You are absolutely 100% correct. Julian, you are unable to go into dust form because it takes a DC 16 strength to break it, and that has to happen on your action. The strength check was to resist being pulled in. I apologize for that error. It is still your turn. I need you to make a D16 Fortitude save. So you have resisted being pulled into the maws of the giant clam.
Oh no, not even close.
Not this time. And you are beginning
somebody going to give him a reroll?
Well, don't keep asking for that. Elena will never get to bed. Barbshell Clam, it is your turn. All right, well, re-roll it. We're not calling for any more re-rolls. You guys got to be on it. If you want to see a re-roll, it's got to be submitted. Julian, please re-roll that Fortitude save.
All right, here we go.
The fans want this battle to go on forever.
Apparently. And no, it's not.
You are still grappled. With 4 hit points, this clam is still alive. Barbshell Clam, Dust Brother is unable to break the grapple.
And grapple, I can't act, I can't attack or do not try to break free and attack instead.
You cannot do anything. It has to be breaking the grapple first. And
I think we should have a cinematic end where Dust Brother dives into the clam's maw, makes one spear attack to try to kill this thing. If I miss, I get crushed. And if I hit, I probably kill the clam, right?
Probably. He's at 4 hit points. Grappling is a opposed check if they are grappled, the attacker cannot do anything, cannot take any significant action or move until they free themselves. So before that happens, let's finish this round. It's the Barb Shell Clam's turn. I will give you the cinematic end on the beginning of the next round, but to be fair, we have to give the clam its finishing turn.
Okay, that's fair.
Barb Shell Clam, what are you going to do?
Well, it's late hour, and I love the cinematic ending, so I'm willing to roll the dice and go for it.
I do not accept that.
Well, you can still
You have to finish your turn to be fair. So Julian, give me
Okay.
a fort save as he tries to reel you in because you might be able to crush him.
Well, that's
So this is a DC 13.
No, not even close.
All right, so you are reeled in to the maw of the clam as it begins pulling you forward. The reverberations from the coil prevent you from turning into dust. And you're like, what is happening? As you're being yanked inside, you feel the clam's heavy, cold, clammy jaws closing on you. Trevor, can you roll me a 3d6 damage, please? It happens automatically, we determined.
Here it comes. I think this is the first damage that Dust Brother has taken.
Dust Brother has taken previous damage, but then everybody kind of looked away. And the water, the spit inside the lava, the clam juice is mixing, caking your dust. I mean, causing you to significantly break down in appearance. Now, from inside, Dust Brother has 12 hit points left. Are you guys both good with the Dust Brother making one attack from inside to try to kill you? If it misses, you attack and try to crush him. So just roll damage. There's no to hit.
All right.
Well, let's see.
Am I at minus? I'm probably a minus a die or two since I'm trying to use a spear in him, right?
You are at -1 die automatically from being all actions inside the clam are -1 die.
Ah, good.
Before you roll, let me see here. All right, you have a spear. It's going to do a d6. You have less than a 30% chance of killing this clam. Let's see what you got. Less than a 50% chance.
It's a sure thing.
So just roll damage. We're not going to roll to hit. We're going to see if you kill the clam.
Yeah.
From inside, the Dust Brother, as the jaws are clamping down, the spear is appearing in its hand, and it's like stabbing, and it disappears, and it stabs, and it disappears, and the dust is just corroding. The spit is mixing inside the clam. The spear just keeps appearing in the Dust Brothers' hands until finally the jaws slow. And they open one last time slowly and then fall open. As the clam has no more fight left in him.
But then a pearl rolls out. Just a perfect, like softball sized, million gold piece pearl.
I was going to say the same thing, that it was under its tongue, and I was like, nah, that'd be cheesy.
No, come on. It's got to be something for PCs to die trying to find later on or something.
This is true. I would like to thank all of our contestants, especially the ones that stayed up with us this late. I'd like to thank all our viewers. Don't forget, you can watch this. Check out these monsters on the Dungeon Denizens. You've seen their crazy abilities. The Mage Maelstrom that has, variable attacks and spells. The Dust Brother that gets to roll a defense dice before every round. All these monsters and more are included in the Dungeon Denizens. And it can be yours if you go to the Kickstarter right now and back it. And if I'm not mistaken, Julian, Elena, do we know there's a lot of exclusive content? Friends that are with us, we've unlocked some Kickstarter exclusive content, haven't we? There's, I think just from backing, there's going to be 2 exclusive monsters in there. We've unlocked certain fan monsters. I believe those fan monsters are only going to be in the Kickstarter version. I have to go check the Kickstarter to verify that, but I believe it's correct. I want to thank Elena so much for being with us. Thanks to all our contestants. Julian, you are the champion of the world. What do you want to say as we leave?
Well, actually, I got beaten like a rented goalie in the first round. So really, I would have to just say I owe it all to Stephen Newton, who's the true champion. And
I didn't want to bring it up, but yeah, you are correct.
well,
So
I probably owe it to Inferno Cat because I also totally mistacticked my first move and probably should have died in the first run. But you know, these are the things that happen. So,
Inferno Cat was a cat, and I think it could have destroyed you, but it's like, nah, I can destroy you anytime. I'm gonna go kill these people. Liv, what do you think?
They got really good with those debuff rolls in those later rounds. I'm like, well, I'm gonna be rolling like a D12 attacking. Like
yeah.
I got better targets over there that I can go throw up on and get them dealing lots of damage.
So for Steven, because he doesn't like to brag, for Steven, I'm gonna say, I'm the champion! And everybody should say, it wasn't me, it was Steven who taunted the competition.
All right, well,
And I definitely say if I ever run this Inferno Cat against like my players, I'm definitely going to use that vomit once because I think it would kill them all so quick.
Well, we are going to say that this championship is contested. We might have to have another battle royal in 6 months' time.
We have to have a rematch on this because I think it was rigged, and I just think that
cinematic.
The dice are what they are. I want to thank Alex from staying up till like 4 a.m. from Germany. Alex,
oh my god,
Alex, are you still with us? Are you still awake?
Holding on.
All right. I want to say thank you.
We're doing this tomorrow at 9, right? 9 a.m.
No, that's it for a while. Maybe
that's the
another
rematch.
6 months. All Goodman Games fans, check out the Kickstarter. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you later.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm looking forward to the book.